Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は176日目です。It is day 176. We are here with our second half of the peak stuff, so hopefully we get her done, right? Yesterday, indulged again. So I gotta keep on task today. Try to get to the last thing that I would like to cover. A bunch of exchange of media and whatnot, and got a chance to watch a few things before the day was over. But yes, we're gonna probably hit that 6 p.m. too. Today's sets of reviews. Looks like we have another levels in the mix. I don't think there was anything particularly concerning yesterday. We're 1 day away. So tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Oh, there, Bree. So the day after tomorrow is when we're going to have our first burn day. So not this day because we're not gonna get to 8 p.m. All right, so let's hop right in. Quick. All right. Let's see. How did this go? Feelings tell me it's
相変わらず
相変わらず. Okay.
おととい
おととい.
朝ごはん
朝ごはん. Sweet?
水平
水平. Wow. That's that's a quick blank. Blank. Move it along. Come back.
塩
Yo.
変わる
変わる. 変わる. Yes.
東側
Higashigawa. That was from yesterday. Oh, wait. Actually, most of them are probably new because we're adding yesterday's new. You checked All Americans? We'll definitely keep watching. I watched the first 4 episodes of Diplomat yesterday. Yes, I will most definitely keep watching. Definitely the vibe that I want. Sort of. So, there are a few things. It's still, the Diplomat is still a modernized version of it because there's still areas where it's fun and entertaining. The Americans, I would say, it's entertaining, but it's not like it doesn't pull its punches. So, like for example, one scene on the Diplomat was when I actually don't remember their names, but Carrie's character, when she like starts beating up on Hal, like when she's just like wailing on him in the courtyard. Those are the types of things like that's where like it's a little bit more lighthearted and it's kind of nice to balance out. Meanwhile, like Americans are is that intense. Kate, yes, Kate. So Kate Weiler, there are a few beats that are like, oh, that's really funny. It's kind of cheeky, and I quite like it. It's a really well balanced show for a balanced experience. The intensity gets kind of fluffed a little from not being like super ham, but I really like the super intensity that the show has, an incredible intensity. And the Americans do not have the relaxing part. So That's the stuff that I really enjoy, but also the stuff that I worry about. So I feel like the Diplomat has a lot more balanced, casual feel, right? And it does take me out of it a little, but it also really boosts the chemistry a little. Like you can see the modern quips in it, and I do enjoy the Diplomat quite a lot. It reminds me of the stuff that I enjoy. Oh, which by the way, the Good Wife is a super intense version of the Diplomat, for sure. Only you exchange out trying to climb the, instead of climbing the like the, in fact the Diplomat kind of downplays it, where like she's always given an opportunity to raise the ranks, right? But her intents and motivations are noble. The Good Wife is very similar. And yes, there is a counter, like, husband like figure that also has a conflict of interest, in which you never quite sure if he's with the main character or with against the main character. And then there's always this duality. It was very difficult for me to not have this an even closer feeling to the Good Wife. The Good Wife, the main character, is a lawyer, or she becomes a lawyer. She becomes a self-made woman outside of the privilege and prestige of her husband. And that is very much the beginning of the Diplomat, and continues to be that thing. Like the baggage of her husband is something she has to juggle consistently and try to maintain. And it does the same thing where, do you maintain the social politics and the optics of being a married couple, or do you undergo divorce? Which, that is very much the first premise. The very first thing the Good Wife tackles. So there is quite a little bit of like, you have the intensity of both those shows. Both those shows are incredibly intense. The Americans and the Good Wife intensity is, when it's intense, is incredibly intense. And both of the Americans and the Good Wife is, there are more respites in the Good Wife because she kind of gets triumphs and stuff. Maybe a little less on the Americans, but the Diplomat does have a more casual upfront feel. So there are things that obviously, even quirky little jibber jabber and cheeky things thrown in, those things probably would, if you think too hard about it, you could kind of like break your intensity vibe, if you know what I mean. Like her just losing it and then like starting to whack at Hal, like Kate starts beating up Hal in front of the service detail. That's funny. It's really funny. It's kind of more like a Wedding Crashers funny, you know what I mean, like a rom-com funny, as opposed to oh she would clock him and just walk away. And then there'd be some consequences to that. But there are a lot of like little cheeky things thrown in, like when she's borderline having a panic attack, or she's trying like it's kind of I like it. It's very modern. Yeah. Oh, you look. It's like an intense. Yeah, it's like a tense dramedy. Yeah, exactly. So I love the intensity though. The beats are fast. That's kind of the thing that I do feel lends to a great pacing that for viewing pleasures. Obviously, that's where the drama comes from. Largely, these depictions, they don't move quite that fast. Now, and then also, the string of unfortunate events tend not to happen in that way. But it certainly makes for great television, and I quite like it. I mean, I don't know about you, Brie. As much as I like the writings of the daily life, thinking that you have to watch, like, you know, several days worth of things in order for an action or an event to turn over might not be the greatest for viewing pleasure. So you can definitely see that, at least in the Diplomats. And then I would say the same for both the others. It's very they groomed out, like they really streamlined the essence of the things, the roles, and then like throw in some of the realities of like women in positions of power. So you feel like she fits the role very well, though? You feel like casting people really choose correctly? Yeah. Well, you have the Americans, like, it's very difficult to not see how good she is in that role. She does this very, very cold, calculating, stern, like, business, kind of like an intensity that I feel back in the day like Nicole Kidman would have, until like try to branch off into more viewer friendly, but yet at the same time Nicole Kidman just, like, I like that actors have a wide range of things, but at the same time, man, those actors, like different actors that have particular things they do really well, when they decide to take those roles, they do them very, very well. I'm trying to brush over the whole idea of typecasting, right? Typecasting does happen, but at the same time, there's also the reality that there's a reason they're typecast, because they're so good at it. So, all fairness to Carrie's character, right, Kate, that is her, like that is the actress that her first performance was The Americans for me, and that character is like Kate Weiler so wound tight. Like, that is Kate Weiler 100%, without the quips and smiling and compromise, or all the things, like the comical parts, the running gag, like she has to wear clothing, dress up and knows that, minus all of that, and that's her prior character in The Americans. She is downright vicious, and vicious in like the coldest love you can possibly think of. So it fits really well. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure about how is pretty all right. I'll let you see what I mean in The Americans, like how it compares to the person who's complimenting Kate in The Americans, because Al is a very different character in that case. He's more of a flaky character, is probably the word I would say. And then the other, her colleague in The Americans, that guy is more honorable and loyal, consistently loyal. So we'll see, because I only seen the first four episodes. The development of how screen time is fairly limited in the first one, but the first four, that's exciting. I like it. Honestly, I would have to watch The Americans again to actually even know what happens in the beginning. Been quite some time. It was very pleasant. Very pleasant. Yeah, casting is certainly quite a good start, right? I don't know. Though, just knowing someone else is watching it, I kind of want to watch both of them in tandem. We'll see. Time is thin. Yeah, time was fairly thin yesterday. How are you doing today, by the way, Bree? All right. Let me. The first episode was heartbreaking, though, for the Americans, but yeah, SA always gets you. Yeah. And you're not a super huge fan of Hal, but without giving too much away, later there's another character introduced, and you like him a bit better. Okay. Okay, so there's a cycling of supporting. Okay. Without obviously giving away, this is not like the Americans is like the sober slap in your face as hard as possible about the romanticism that you get used to when you see spycraft and spy people, right? Like, it's most definitely not a Mission Impossibles or James Bond. It's like, it's deliberately going against with an ironic title, the Americans. It's deliberately going against the romanticization of spies. Like, pretty it's gonna be continuously heartbreaking in different ways. Like, I think one thing this is more of a cultural thing, the whole idea of duty and love being together at once because of their roles is something that it will inevitably bring up conflict of interest. So I find that hits very close to home when it comes to other cultures, like the Chinese culture and the Japanese culture. When you have duty and love consistently consistently obligated in whatever they have. And spies, that is something that is completely absent, or sometimes it's there. Like the Mission Impossible series, they put in the backdrop all the time. Like Tom Cruise, occasionally you'll constantly get a throwback to Tom Cruise and his wife figure, right? But that's like the tip of the iceberg. And then James Bond just James Bond. In fact, he kind of does the opposite to the idea of relations and whatnot. And then we have all the other types of portrayals of agents and whatnot, where they cut all ties, right? Agents are agents. They have no familial ties. There's no juggling of that. But what happens if it's part of your cover, right? And I think that's why it's so gripping entertainment. One of the gripping aspects of the Americans. What if duty is also human? And I always wondered that. I don't know if I ever watched like a documentary or something. I should consider that too. The diplomat thing. I love the sharp the dialogue. Now, that's something that might not be present in contrast to what you're watching compared to what I'm watching at the moment. Like the diplomat, the diplomat, being the diplomat, has incredibly sharp dialogue, and I absolutely love that. It kind of reminds me of House's sharp dialogue too. You know what I mean? Like, it's constant rolling sharp dialogue. Like the actors are constantly pushed to deliver incredibly technical, without saying, like, throwing shade at entertainment forward stuff. It's been a while since I've seen it's nice to watch a television show or a series. It's nice to watch a series that have incredibly sharp dialogue, like developed, involved dialogue in English. largely because if you're language learning, a lot of times you're not doing that, right? Because of the limitations. So the last couple 4 or 5 months, I've been largely on less of that. And watching The Diplomat was a breath of fresh air. I'm not entirely sure people how the younger crowd finds these shows anymore. I doubt The Diplomat is that popular among the younger crowd. Definitely have very sharp dialogue. Like, finding that stuff gripping is tough. Like, from a perspective, if I were to put my my feet in the younger crowd's shoes, Diplomat is a hard sell. It is definitely a hard sell. But for me, I'm kind of the target audience. Oh, maybe that's the sentiment that I want to make. It's kind of nice that there are shows that are still targeted towards a minority audience, because that's what I mean by the difference between for entertainment writing and just because we want to. I think The Americans and The Good Wife are shows where they just want to, and then they somehow manage to keep those shows running, being excellent at what they do. But they were not mainstream shows. So The Diplomat still takes a few liberties here in order to like increase its reach, but it doesn't like pull its punches too far back, and I enjoy that. There are very rare shows that can be so good in its specialty that it garners universal acclaim and popularity, and Breaking Bad is one of them. But it's possibly due to specific nature of the genre. But things like Diplomat and like, I don't know, West Wing, those shows, they are very specific audiences for them, and I don't think it's American Gen Z, for example. I would be floored. I'm not sure if you're a younger crowd, Bree, or not, but I would say I would be pretty floored if I hear like a young lad going to college is like, my favorite show is watching military intrigue or diplomacy shows, and like I don't think that, I rarely would hear that. It's probably something like MCU or something, like a Marvel show or something like that. So it's refreshing. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm not saying those kiddos don't exist, but it's definitely up your alley. You'll be 28 in a few months, but then again, you grew up around your grandmother who loved Law and Order, and 24. I mean, you got me on Law and Order. I think I might have watched like one season of Law and Order. Not even that. I watched campier stuff like Castle. Back in the day, I watched like even campier stuff. The 24 I have, yes. As I grew older, I was more into that. I grew up on Hong Kong cop drama. Hong Kong cop drama. So lots of like betrayal upon betrayal upon betrayal, and everyone just seemingly is always backstabbing each other. As opposed to, specifically Law and Order SVU, you're not a huge fan of the other spin-offs, but you're a huge fan of Mariska. I'm not sure. So I don't know Law and Order well enough to know who that. Oh, okay. I see. I have seen my fair share. Just we're probably roaming in different things. Billions. Billions is an intersection of all of these things. I don't know if you've watched Billions, although it is more male centric, but Billions involves the intersection of politics and finance. So business and politics. She's been on the show since season 1. She's the only original cast member left from season 1. Ah, okay. How long has the SVU been running? I saw other things that people really enjoyed back then too, like 2 seasons of NCIS, like that type of thing. NCIS, the original NCIS. And that's something I didn't mention yesterday. Yeah. I didn't watch True Detectives yet though. I did watch Mad Men. Mad Men was interesting. It's going on to season 27. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I think the longest like running extended series, hands down, there's no contest to it. It's Star Trek. So all of the Star Trek, except for the latest season of one of the new Star Trek. It's the one. It's not. It's the one with. What do they call it? It's not Picard. I'm all up to date on Picard and Strange New Worlds. It's the 3rd series. Oh, Discovery. It was Discovery. That's probably the longest. It's out of left field. It's unrelated to this, but there are quite a lot of elements of Star Trek that I use. They talk about the human condition a lot, so that's one of the things that drive me to watch Star Trek things. There's some elements of politics. It's episodic though, so not less so. Quite a lot of them are episodic outside of maybe Picard. So not so much a drama, but more of a series of episodes talking about the human condition in various science fiction ways. What am I looking at? This was from yesterday, right? Oh. What?
材料
材料. Okay. Alright. We're gonna try our best to remain semi on task. Keiki.
花
Hana. Okay.
紀元前
Ikenzen. Hmm.
鼻血
Hanaji. Uh.
受け入れる
Ukeireru. Oh. I guess that's fine too.
約
Yaku. What? Oh. I do that too often. Just stop doing that. Okay.
出席
Shutseki. Fresh in my head, fresh in my head. Oh, I also looked up when you were comparing and contrasting when you were talking about speakly when you were mentioning that comment about subjunctive. Yeah, so Duolingo does go by the curriculum, like the standardization curriculum, but Speakly uses the other really trendy thing that people like to do, and they go by frequency. So they use statistical frequency to determine what comes first. And when I was reading like their promotional stuff and their summaries, there are a lot of bold claims, but generally speaking, content acquisition is proportional to the engagement or the routine that they have, not necessarily a guarantee of pace or efficacy. So when it kind of feels like there's a little bit of a leap of logic when they advertise their statistics-based approach that may lead to five times learning speed. I disagree. Its acquisition of content is remotely retained to the routine itself, not the sampling of it. So there kind of is a little leap of logic. Perhaps it makes people frequently use them. Like say for example, one of the theories behind using statistically backed exposure to high frequency things is that the other person, the person who's acquiring those words, would see them in the wild, but that's not attached to the routine of the tool. It's the other routine that the person has. So taking credibility for their method of using statistically backed frequency for exposure is part of the process, but I think it can be a larger leap of logic. This is taking very strong consideration that the routine that the person has in place also reinforces their use. Yes, they teach the top point, but in reality it's a lot more because of the live situation. Listen, it's banked around there. So if you have live situations and listening exercises, they are bound by teaching that philosophy. They are statistically bound to find frequency, and frequency leads to a higher propensity of engaging in those routines. And teach is not the word I would use. I would say exposure. And then the live situations and listening exercises is routine for the practice, right? For those live situations and listening routines, when they're bound around the high frequency words, makes them likely to occur elsewhere, which is excellent. But the routines and live listening exercises, that type of exposure and practice is implemented in various ways across all apps. There's a leap of logic to suggest that increasing routines over like adding routines is differentiable from other apps. Practice is practice. It contributes to the exposure of the word in that context. So if they chose specific live situations, those live situations are exposed. But if a person does not encounter those live situations, then it wouldn't create a substantial retention. But if they do, that's because they do it, not because the tool has some sort of strict advantage by doing something different. I think exposing to live situations and listening exercises, you either are doing it because the tool is supporting it, or you do it when you're not using the tool. So that's kind of a little thing that my vibe in the advertisement. Now, the PR has very little to do with the efficacy of the tool, right? I was just looking at their site. I tend to before I start on day one, whenever I start something or consider adding something, some 4 months down the line, I look at the PR, the optics, and what they claim and whatnot, and then do like a bit in day one about the impression I get from their promotions and whatnot. And usually I'm the one who makes the decision ultimately, so then I would break down how the decision was made from my perspective, where the impressions I get, maybe particularly focus I have. Leap of logics are very common because you want to get to the point, right? Trying to ascertain the philosophy of the things allows me to trying to ascertain the philosophy of the design helps me gauge what I'm to focus on or what I would like to see executed in the tool. If they're communicating that this is the reason, I would like to see if I can observe that, right? If I can't, or if I don't, then I would have pros and cons and stuff that deals with the optics of the tool. Like Duolingo struggles a lot with optics because it has such a massive audience. And one of the examples you gave when you were talking about one of the plugins, right? Like plugins yesterday that you mentioned, that deals with optics, right? How much explicit or implicit nature of the product is being described, and then how does that translate to the use case of it. Largely because if I were to become someone who would be trusted with any form of advice, it would have to deal with the presentation, the philosophy, and because in my opinion, that's far more intrinsically important when it comes to investing in someone's product. I think completely viewing the product on its own, it's probably very sufficient. It's a form of it's a tool that has many different routines invested on the supplemental like the content, right? You don't really delve very deep into their method. You just generally like the way they set up their app more. They expose you to a lot more, in your opinion, than Duolingo. I disagree. It's the same amount. I think you might be talking about the pace in which they do. Between grammar tips integrated into lessons, as well as conjugated tables, listening, exercise, listening, music recognition, it just feels more complete. You don't know the word you're looking for. I disagree. It's taking something at a specific pace and you get exposed to it at a faster pace. I think that's the word that I would say you're describing. There's a lot more that you're doing at once. When it comes to the content of it, whether it is explicit grammar tips or not, or implicit grammar tips, it's up to you at your pace. In Duolingo, you could make an argument that just like Speakly exposed you to something and then you see it out in the wild. Well, Duolingo implicitly exposed you to something and you have to go out in the wild to read those grammar tips, right? They could integrate and explicitly add all the grammar tips into the Duolingo, so therefore you don't have to go anywhere to look for those grammar tips. That is on Duolingo. That's what Duolingo didn't say, like, oh, hey, you should learn these grammar tips, or hey, we're gonna remove the make it convenient for you and put the grammar tips in their thing. So when it comes to the design, I don't actually. So when you understand Duolingo's blogs, they don't prioritize grammar tips. So saying that it, saying that they expose or not, there needs to be a consideration for intent. And it's very clear that Speakly intends to promote all these routines. Now, one of the downsides for me about that, with a grain of salt, I didn't say you said Duolingo was useless, but Duolingo has definitely improved your French for sure. Sure. I that's result bound. I don't have any information about how successful you are with either of them. You suppose you enjoy the implicitness of the grammar explanation, but that's just your personal learning style. It's the opposite, right? You like Speakly's explicit grammar style. Duolingo has complete implicitness. Or are you talking about Duolingo? Which one are you talking about? Because Duolingo is entirely implicit. I'm not sure. So how does Speakly, when you say grammar tips, Speakly is more likely implicit. Duolingo is nearly all implicit. And that's why people don't like Duolingo with grammar. Because they don't say anything about grammar. You surmise it from the examples. And people like that grammar is explicit, as in it provides explainers and context clues and whatnot for the grammar. I'm not entirely sure if we have the same definition of implicit or explicit either. For me, implicit means that you have to come up with the pattern reveals how it's used. So they only give you examples with no tips or anything. You see it occur various ways, and then that's it. But I got the distinct feeling that you're telling me that Speakly does more with that, so they become more explicit about that. Unless you're talking about there are more ways, like it's more thought out. You like Duolingo's implicitness, but at the same time, some explicitness is necessary in your opinion. So you think Speakly has a better balance? They don't shove it in your face, but it's there if you need it? Yeah, so your last comment is that you enjoy Duolingo's implicitness, but it's your personal learning style that you like Speakly more? I'm confused now. Because if you enjoy the implicitness of the grammar explanations, then you're talking about Speakly, right? I'm sorry, there's like a subject matter. You were talking about Duolingo, and then your second statement is talking about Speakly, right? Yeah, which is fair. I mean, sorry, I got lost because I wasn't sure what you were referring to in the second one, which now it makes sense to me. So you're saying that you prefer having more explicit instruction, right? And not implicit grammar explanation. An explanation to me is not implicit, it's explicit. I mean, I haven't used Speakly, so I'm trying to ascertain whether Speakly has explicitness or implicitness. If it's implicitness, I don't see the difference between Duolingo and Speakly at the moment. But I'll find out, I suppose. Most of my comments are dealing with what's on their website. I didn't look at any like some person's use of the product or anything like that. Personally, I like to reserve that for later for my own evaluations. I think there's a bit of an emotion from how you're describing. You think that Speakly has a better balance. They don't shove it in your face. Implicit is always shoved in your face. I'm not entirely sure if there's a degree of shoving in your face. Like an example is an example. I'm not entirely. Oh, you know what? I think I know what you might mean about shoving in your face. Oh, you're talking about the explicit thing. The explicit things aren't shoved in your face because it's just hidden somewhere. Like, oh, if you need it, you can go look at it. I see. Yeah, the grammar. That's interesting. Yeah. I think Duolingo doesn't do that either because it's not there. They just simply don't shove it in your face. And I don't see, for myself, if they don't shove it in my face, I'm inclined to go look for it. Which, if Speakly makes it convenient that it's there, that's nice. You don't have to go look for it. Right? I find that very convenient. It is something that I feel can be done by adding value to Duolingo stuff. Having a tray of curated information on the side, and then it's just there. How that works for their margins might be interesting. Like Speakly, that's extra, and that's nice. Having developers provide extra information where they're under. Alright, you were typing fast and didn't get to your point across well. You meant to say you enjoy the implicitness of Duolingo, but Speakly just fits your personal life. Okay. As it's better balanced specifically related to grammar in your opinion for the way you personally like learning a language. Yeah, I can kind of see that. The thing that I would like have less empathy for is that whether the grammar stuff is there or not, as a like being in language learning, you look for that grammar when you need. So the idea is, if someone has made it convenient for you, that's excellent. It's extra, right? For me personally. And if it's not there, you go look for it, right? So saving that extra time can be pragmatically useful. I don't necessarily think it's involved in learning styles. I think it's emotional style. Like it's very convenient when you don't have to go look for grammar explanations when you're interested in grammar explanations. And that's wonderful, in my opinion. It shows that Speakly's devs are willing to invest in information that has diminished return. That costs money and time for them to do, but at the same time, they're willing to do it without necessarily having use. And I actually quite like that type of philosophy. It demonstrates that the developers are more willing to include things that might not have a financial kickback, if you know what I mean. Like, for example, the shows and TV shows we were talking about, there are people who make things they like, and then they add extra things that might not show up or be appreciated, but they do it anyways for those who are able to appreciate it, as opposed to optimizing their costs per money or cost per engagement or something, where everything's so streamlined where all that extra stuff is cut out. So like in Duolingo, since Duolingo is a publicly traded company, right, most of their actions are incredibly streamlined. So it's unapologetically pragmatic, where Speakly has a lot of excess things, and I like that. Like, that shows that they're still in a phase of not hyper optimization or streaming. They have a based on all the things you listed, like listening exercises, live situations, music recommendations. Those are the early stages of Duolingo. Like way, at the inaugural like the start of Duolingo, that was the exploration phase where products are constantly shotgunning. And then when they shotgun, at some point, if they become like a publicly traded company or something that has incredibly high investment margins, then that streaming and refining and like the streamlining and refining happens, and then you start losing features. So it's nice that Speakly is still in a phase where they're expanding features. The way I can illustrate this is when you play a video game and a developer says, you know what, we should put in like 7 or 8 accessibility features that require us to like spend 30% of our excess resources making sure that the accessibility features are there. Meanwhile, they understand that their target audience will not use 90% of the accessibility features that they placed in. The idea is it's wonderful to have them, and it's very incredibly thoughtful of the developer that they know that despite having diminished return on investing on a lot of specific features or inclusions, they are able to cater to the largest audience possible without compromising on like their principles, right? Like including grammar tips or not including grammar tips is a feature of language learning. There are schools of thought, and one, for example, Speakly's compromise, for example, is to demonstrate the principles, limiting principles. When you prioritize the highest frequency things like words in the language, then that also means being compromising for the lesser frequency words, right? And that's kind of what Duolingo and Speakly has in contrast. Duolingo is incredibly streamlined for the sake of, if you include grammar tips and whatnot, how much of that is useful, because they're talking like a business, right? How much is that useful? Do people use grammar tips? Do people read grammar tips? Well, they did at one point clearly have reminiscences of like, hey, we should include some grammar tips in the guidebook. And they probably have metrics on how useful those guidebooks were just to include some grammar things. And if it isn't like past a certain threshold, they cut it. And Speakly is being uncompromising, which is awesome. Early days though. I'm not actually sure how. Did you mention like 4 years or something? Early days. WaniKani is very similar. It's uncompromised. It's streamlined. WaniKani is incredibly streamlined. So most of the stuff that were added afterwards, like the scripts and stuff and modding, is extra. So were there communities who continuously use WaniKani for over 11 years. They continue to push to add these features to WaniKani, but it also comes at the point of overhead and a refinement. So you start asking yourself, is this feature worth the upfront investment costs in its application? And that's when you get into like people who've used the tool for a very long time. They're like, oh, well, in the end, this feature is not worth it. You could go and look for new ones. So that stuff comes up a lot, but it is very wonderful to hear that they do that. Of course, I know you didn't say of course, but you hope you didn't come across that you were trying to force you to use Speakly? No, not really. You are free to do your own research and choose for yourself. I figured you offer you a spot in your because you don't have anyone else in your life to give. That's fine. Like this has nothing to do with this is how I analyze things. So that's understandable. I mean, you didn't force me to do anything. I was curious about Speakly because you were passionate about Speakly. But being that Speakly is a passionate thing, as a passionate part of your life, then my investment is only to tell you how critically invested I am in looking at Speakly. So being forced to do anything, rarely do people ever force me to do anything. The idea is that if I am to use Speakly, I will do all of this regardless, because that's how I stay intellectually inclined. So when someone asks me to do things or share things very passionately, then I will probably be very passionate about it. Otherwise I wouldn't have said anything about this stuff, like, you know, the diplomats and Speakly. But that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents about Speakly. I think sometimes PR is a little different. Like optics. Oh, I know I sound like a diplomat right now, but generally speaking, optics are incredibly important to a product. And if there's anything, whenever I do something, I try to understand as much of the optics and like the target audience as much as possible. largely because that's the most interesting part. For me personally, the most interesting part are the people using the product, how they view it, and then how that's contrast with how people see it in different stages. So for me right now, Speakly is seen very differently from the outside, I would say, at the moment, because the way we're talking about it, you're saying things that is not necessarily quite apparent, like what I would say other people would look at for. I think they see the 5x faster learning is what pops out in their head versus all the things they have to do in Speakly to get that result, right? Or to likely see that result. Nowadays, I think when people say, oh, you can be fluent in this one place, they are not given an impression of what it takes with that tool to achieve that result. I think one of the things that WaniKani does too that led to some of those things, like learn what is the thing that they say a lot of times, learn 2,000 kanji and 6,000 vocabulary words in 1 year, and that is the upper limit. So over time they kept that slogan, which is something that I still enjoy WaniKani and do all of that. But realistically, when I was looking at that, I was like, oh yeah, I'm sure that's possible. And then that became a topic of discussion. It's a recurring topic of discussion on their forums. Whenever someone starts like 1 week in and they're like, hey, am I doing something wrong? Like, I'm on this pace and I think I'm doing quite a lot, but I see these people saying like they do this much and they're showing these curves. Like, well, is there something I'm doing wrong? Because by the time I get to 2,000 kanji, it's gonna be like 5 years. And that's kind of one of the things that I was speaking of indirectly about Speakly's like optics. It's I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced. Some people want the quick and easy way out. They think one thing can get them to fluency with very minimum, but that just isn't reality. Yes, but the people who make their products and their optics also ingrains that promise. And so when you say people, it's at least two body problem. The frequency of apps making leaps of logic in promise is not necessarily reflective of how effective their product is. Like, if you keep seeing apps do that, it can make that impression real, right? And to me, I think whatever Speakly is doing, at least now I dig deeper, right? I dig deeper a little bit. Like, to be very fair, I only looked at their website for like an hour and a half. I look at their landing page, see their search results and their like blip on Google, because we also have to understand and accept the reality that the most exposure someone would click on the link is they do a Google search and then they look at the title and the descriptor, right? And the first descriptor that I saw when I hit Speakly was you learn 5 times faster, 5 times faster than any other language, like other products. And my thought was, I wonder how that impacts like product reviews and whatnot. So it's not that I looked into it yet, but it would be interesting to see in the future when I'm using it. This doesn't impact my way of using the tool. Like, when I use an app, it's usually you start somewhere and you make it better along the way. So it could be the worst looking product. If someone is super interested in it, then I am interested in it. Again, like, to really clarify, I like products when people like the products. So because you really like to talk about the Speakly and talk about and defend it very like celebrate it in a proactive way instead of like downplaying anything else in order to elevate its position. That is why I start using products. When someone doesn't talk about the thing that they like, that's when they can say whatever they want and I wouldn't be swayed in any way. So I'm talking about this and spending time about it is because you're very enthusiastic about it, and that's why it's good. I like to do things when people are enthusiastic about it. It's very different. I'll give you an example of how other people have tried to convince me or shared what their favorite product is. They spend 95% of the time telling me how the current thing I'm doing sucks and that's why they should use their product. I don't like that. And there are quite a lot of app designers out there. Maybe the developers and their PR, their optics, use the fear tactic. And they had a miscommunication. Speakly does not. Their landing page does not suggest that. Like, they're not using fear tactics. Like, what's a really cheap one that happens all the time? This, in my opinion, is a very, very pro-business, but low effort way that product managers of app designs kind of ingrain that reality that you're talking about, where some people want quick and easy things. They would do this. We'll give an example for this. And then this is the product X. And then they would have a feature list here, right? It'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they would have like an X. They would have like a check mark here. 0, like in X, right? In X, X, X. And then they would have like a X here, a check mark here, X, X. And then their product would have a check mark on everything. But this does not explain how useful these features are. And this does not explain how the features fit into the mark. It's just telling you that their competitors do not have these features. So it does not tell you anything about the actual product. It just tells you that the product has these features. And that is incredibly deceptive. And deceptive not in the sense that they're not lying. That this is not a lie. What they don't include here is the features this X does not have. So what features does it not have? And why? Right? And Speakly doesn't do that. At least from my initial glance. Speakly tells you what it does have, and then they proceed to explain what these things are and how they lead to them. So I think the site is far more in optics standpoint. WaniKani is actually not that great at explaining things, but they also don't do this. So like WaniKani, the landing page for WaniKani doesn't say what other products don't offer. They only focus on their product. They typically focus on their product. Now, the way they explain their product is not that great. As in, oh, it's a great kanji source. What does that mean? It's a great kanji source. And then they have a statistic, right? 200 kanji, possible 200 kanji in 1 year. And that becomes the talk. I think Speakly has done a great job overall of, in my opinion, not hitting these red flags. If you're wondering what, like, if you see these charts, there are quite a lot of apps that do this as the front landing page and then have like a subscribe button down here or something. Yeah, this is business. And when I see this, someone's got to convince me and explain to me what these things are. And I think you will probably do that, Pri. And that's why I'm very invested. I took some time to look at the Speakly page because I think you're very invested, and I like that. Again, I wasn't joking. Maybe Speakly should hire you as a PR person. Just go around, you know, you're the contact, so you just go around scouting for people interested in Speakly, and you focus on talking about Speakly, right? I think this stuff is uncharacteristic when you have someone talking about these features, and I want to be that type of person. Whenever I'm doing something, right, like if someone asks me what's WaniKani, I want to be able to talk about their features and what they don't include intentionally by design. So I need to know something about the devs, and I don't have open channel with the devs like for WaniKani, so the best thing I can do is presume things or infer things, and then let the person decide if these are presumptions that are accurate or not. However, the thing I don't typically do is talk about how WaniKani is different from Anki. Right? I wouldn't use that. And that's kind of one of those things that are very tricky for me. Like, because if someone, you know, oh, that's understandable, Bree. I imagine you would. We can talk about this like somewhere down the road with Speakly. We can compare and contrast our interpretations of Speakly. I actually compare and contrast my interpretations with the occasional person who takes an approach to Duolingo similarly. Like the occasional person who has that design, like looking at design and developers as their relationship of design and developer intent versus whatever they wish it was, right? So if I had to take a breakdown, there's a relationship. These are correlations, not causations. But one of the correlations is wishful thinking, the extent of wishful thinking. So like if wishful thinking goes up, it tends to be projected onto a product. And oftentimes the evaluation of that product deals with what the product does not have. Right. And then when someone is analytical, right, it is not necessarily wishful thinking. We'll call it realistic, right? As realistic expectations go up, the product tends to be viewed as does and does not. Now, there are other consequences of wishful thinking. When a wishful thinker uses more than one product, then the comparisons would be typically voiced in the product that has something, then the other product has not that thing. Right. And then that's this makes up like 75% of my discussions when it comes to product things. And then of the 25%, it doesn't change. This doesn't change when it comes to like 3 products, 4 products. Typically what happens is you would find someone who would say like you, oh, I use both. I just use them for what they do and what they do not. Oops, sorry. I wrote does not twice. Does and does not. And that's kind of where we are, right? And I'm looking for that. I'm looking at Speakly and I'm like, huh. I wonder. So the stuff that you're talking about, the most interesting stuff. Yeah, I am quite interested in all the stuff that they're advertising, which I'm not entirely sure if people want that or not. I want this stuff. I like full feature rich stuff. And my thought was, that's impressive, because like if I had to talk about grammar, people want grammar, but they don't use grammar. You know what I mean by this? Like a developer, when it comes to businesses, a developer can become a sinking ship. A sinking ship for investors if they continue to do adding features but getting diminished return. It's kind of like immersion. Immersion apps. Immersion apps can be a dud sometimes, right? What happens? What about an immersion app? Sometimes the devs are awesome people. They are incredibly awesome. They are passionate, but their immersion content is not trendy. So they can be super good, super wonderful for learning, but if their target audience does not resonate with the immersion content that they're making, like for me, for instance, I could double down, write books, release books of all these things I'm talking about right now in this very moment, but it's not trendy. So I have to be realistic with myself and think about, okay, if I really want to turn this into business, I have to do something as a compromise. And at the moment, I don't see Speakly as a compromise yet, right? And I hope they continue to be able to do that. I love my indie peeps, like people who are unapologetically. I think WaniKani started that way as well, and Tofugu started that way. I earnestly, I wasn't there at the beginning of Duolingo, obviously, but I earnestly thought in the early days Duolingo was like that too. If Speakly becomes really big, there are compromises they'll make. But for now, the nice thing about being a consumer is you can consume products at different stages and then bring them with you in the future. So the Duolingo of today that I have exposure to is not the Duolingo of that everyone else says. Although you love it, you do see its flaws. Some of the speaking is robotic sounding. Oh, they use synthetic. That's for scaling. That's for scaling. It is very incredible, like incredibly taxing. So they do, that is a compromise, probably a cost measure. And you found a couple incorrect translations. That'll happen, right? You know what's funny about incorrect translations? Whenever you find like typos and incorrect translations, if they are sporadic, the one thing you can keep in mind as a reassurance is someone's actually making them. I'm just saying, if it's a systematic error, then you know that's that's part of a product of automation. So if that helps you understand, like if that gives you like a little bump on like sentimentalism, I don't mind inconsistent errors, because it also means that, man, someone is writing these things. That's really brave, and it's a sentimental thing. It doesn't affect like the pragmatic hearted people, but if it's a systematic one, then it also reveals that it's probably automated, and that automation shouldn't be incorrect. Like it's less likely if it's automated, these things need to get fixed because it's not a part of the writing process. But I do like it when I bump into, I don't know if this is a mindset that come across your mind when you find a typo. Occasionally I find typos in Hanza Hero, but there's so much, but the typos are absolutely inconsistent. Like maybe it's a bug in the things, but some of them are like, nah, that's a human error. And all I can think about is like, no, that's okay. I know enough about it to know that it's, a human error. To me, I think that's a fun little quirk about comparing robotics, like AI, like generation for scaling issues. And then nowadays I totally excuse like the occasional thing, and then you go to the forums and you report it and you'll get on top of it. But you don't think any app out there is perfect? No. Yeah, there isn't. I don't think any routine is perfect. I don't think anything is perfect actually. Now that I think about it. I think we can go a little broader. I don't think anything made by a human is perfect. And you know what's funny and ironic about that? I think that's perfect. Humans are perfect because they're imperfect. They have imperfections. Yeah, I do believe Speakly was founded in 2006, by the way. Oh, they're a lot older than I thought. Almost 10 years. Interesting. Huh. That's impressive. I wonder how. I'm still wondering how they cut costs. The synthetic voices is a great cost measure, and I don't think it will be possible to um have an operation that scales enough on that budget to not have automation. Like, for example, WaniKani is already pretty impressive. Like the stuff that you're hearing, the speaker, they have like 3 speakers. So just having a speaker being able to pronounce each of the vocabulary words is already pretty absurd for over 11 years. As well as the constant demand, like, oh, why can't we have the speakers read out all those context sentences? That's like, I mean, with the idea is a lot of people suggest, oh, well, you can recruit people, right, and have them voluntarily do it. Would you voluntarily do it? The answer is usually no. They would say, it's one of those scaling issues. It's a lot easier to imagine that you would want to do it. So imagine spending 11 years consistently daily reading context sentences with a cost that keeps the app running, and at the same time be consistent enough for those same people to want to have consistent quality readouts from like a native speaker and whatnot, as opposed to the trade-off, which is synthetic voices, where if they make some weird robotic sound thing, it would be consistently that robotic sound thing. And then when you tweak that, they will consistently be consistent after the tweak, right? So over time, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and yes, a lot of native purists and whatnot, this is exceptionally true in Japanese, by the way. What you were talking about, the speeding of robotic sounding, I think because of the pitch accent nature of Japanese and maybe like the tonality of Chinese, the whole robotic sounding thing can impart a miscommunication thing. But for Spanish, and I would imagine French and English examples, they just simply is a preference, largely because of the, I don't mind the robotic sound, and it's more like a matter of taste a lot of times. But in Japanese, that whole like robotic sounding issue, the synthetic voice, it is an area that people are very, very worried about, because it can impact, actually it's less so for Japanese. There's this thing, there's pitch accent, and pitch accent makes you sound like you're emphasizing the wrong syllable, for example, right? Put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. But when I say emphasis on the wrong syllable in English, you still hear emphasis on the wrong syllable. It can be a little weird, but since English, French, and Spanish, I would say, has a far more leeway because of their wider exposure in the world, their impact factor is way higher. There's tolerability as an expectation. In Japanese, it doesn't, it makes you a little hard, it could potentially make you a little hard to understand if you're mirroring a robotic sound, which is like Duolingo, which doesn't pay attention to pitch accent, but it doesn't incredibly skew the meaning, like make it unrecognizable to someone who understands Japanese. On the other hand, in Chinese, it can completely uproot the word you're trying to say. So even then, for example, for the robotic voice, Hanzuhiro, in order to achieve the thing that I was doing yesterday or using yesterday with Hanzuhiro, where they read out the sentences, that for two people to do will be an entire organization. And lots of times, someone who doesn't operate or make products on a large scale would say, oh, that's easy. Just go and hire all your fans. Like, you know, you got a lot of users. Just hire all your users to create a platform where they would upload all their voice samples. Well, the developer doesn't have to do that. You could do that. Go do it. The reason why I say that is because it is incredibly difficult for reasons a lot of people don't take into consideration. I don't operate a business, but I do read and make sure that when I think something is very easy and it's like a snap of a wrist, like someone says, oh, this is really easy to do, my first thought is, wow, if it's so easy and it's always a win-win situation, why is it in reality the devs do not do this? So you have to challenge yourselves. Like maybe the null hypothesis is it's not easy. And over time, when I was looking into business structures and stuff, I can't even imagine having to scout, consistently pay, and also making sure all those people you have to vet every single person. They have to put in their quota. That's like an entire operation, like an entire operation of voice actors or readers. And meanwhile, you know, the person in front of the keyboard is like, oh, it's just easy. Like I can read hundreds of context sentences. Like, yeah, but you have to meet the quality standards. You also have to meet the standards of all your customers. So if you're willing to read tens of thousands of context sentences and also say, if the viewers don't like it, you don't get paid. That is what the model that would support something like that would be. Like you get paid based on how your viewers want that. And then now you start thinking, well, why don't that person just be a content creator then? There you go. So oftentimes when people say, oh, this has robotic voices, and my thought is, okay, so what are you going to do about it? Like, well, I'm just not going to listen to it. Okay, and then how are you going to get your listening? Well, I'll just listen to some native content creator. Nice. Problem solving. Excellent. Now, if this person attacks a product for not doing a certain way and suggests that it's super easy, that's when I kind of leave. Like personally, I will respectfully walk out the door and let you to your ideas, because easy things, much like the theory of people are always looking for a quick and easy way out, they're also applying quick and easy solutions that are not quick and easy. And one of them is scaling for pronunciation. That to me, lots of people are like, oh, there are plenty of fans who would submit voices. Yeah, but you're looking for one person to want to do that for a living. Because the first problem with these things is the language learner wants it to be consistent. Now, if they were okay with some like hearing 150 different types of accents and tendencies to read every other word, and then you're like, oh yeah, that will produce consistency in learning a foundation, then show me an app. Show me an example of it. Because I think it would be a nightmare in French. It would be a nightmare in Spanish. And it would be a nightmare in English. Maybe Japanese. WaniKani has kind of done that. Maybe in Japanese. Not maybe in Chinese. Chinese is just way out. Like, it's gone. Like, for me, if I were to read something, I would say, oh, I kind of sound like that. And then I think about it as like, no, my Fujianese is affecting my Mandarin pronunciation. So it's one of those. Aside from those points, you had chats with their customer service support, and it seems like they really are careful in regards to adding new languages. Yeah, they said they plan to add Portuguese. Oh, interesting. And Swedish, but they don't have any other language in the works because they're specifically focused on those. Exactly. That's what makes scaling a nightmare, and it's amazing that they have restraint. Like, even in their over 10-year tenure, they're not expanding to a point, like, rudimentarily. And Duolingo does that, which is a business move, right? But they have a different philosophy. They have a different philosophy in this. So, but I'm not sure if that's something you find interesting, but I do. Coming from Duo, who has said just want to push out content as fast as possible in several interviews. Yes, because you have to understand their philosophy. Their philosophy is to get people wet in language, not to give them advanced proficiency in language. Duolingo is like you're reading something out of context, in my opinion. The bigger picture is that Duolingo just wants people to be interested in learning. It's not the mastery of language. They are creating exposure of language. So yes, they will be pushing out content as fast as possible. And it's not of a deteriorating quality, is of the same rotational quality. So what I mean by that is they use a staggered development cycle. So you start with quality 1, and then when a new round of quality 1s come out, there are going to be quality 2s, which come from the quality 1s. And then they continue to stagger this way. So that's how they scale their model. So all the things that are in quality 1 are of a quality that is fixed because it's tried and true. And then 2, and then 2, and then once you get to the end stuff, it's the most experimental. So this is industrial approach, right? You have the basis of, and then this is where it falls apart a little bit, because if it's of a fixed quality, all the language bases are going to feel the same-ish, but the languages may have inherent differences that will make one less than the others, but their approach will be the same. So that's necessary to expand or that type of thing. So what you say is they push content as fast as possible out is accurate. It is their intent that their users are consistently dabbling in many languages at a very basic level in order for them to be interested in a product like Speakly. This is a non-competitive process. You do like that they take their time, but that's not a dig on Duo necessarily, as Speakly and Duo seem to be different. Yeah. No one said it isn't. I'm adding to the discussion. I think you keep thinking, okay, we need to get something clear here, Bree. I think you keep thinking whatever I'm saying is negative, or you keep thinking people are negative. That might be the way you're interacting with other people, but I'm adding to your comment. Like, Duo says they want to push content as fast as possible. That is true. There is nothing negative about it. It is for their content. It is for their principle. But you expressed Speakly's principles without expressing Duo's principles. In my opinion. Like, yes, Speakly is taking their time, Duo is not taking their time, but you are implying you know more about Speakly than Duo, is what I'm suggesting, I suppose. And we agree on this, but it has nothing to do with being negative or positive. Like, I'm not even reading that as negative. I'm adding to the discussion. And then you say, of course you know this. And it's like, yes, but you didn't say it, so I'm adding to it. So I want to make it clear that there is nothing negative about stating what is true. Pushing content out as fast. You're just clarifying, as you know, sometimes you type fast and you thought, sorry, that comes off that. It's the same way again, but fair enough. I'm just gonna end there with the whole thing because it's not your problem. There's no problem here. But the idea is, yes, they're different models, and it is very important to know that this is the model because, in my opinion, this is where I think Duo also has a leap of logic, as well as Speakly, is when people say things like 5x, in my opinion, this is like a language thing. 5x. What does that mean? Right? Best. What does it mean? I think and the way we're talking about it is that's what that means. Like, the thing that 5x means could be tied with the idea that Speakly has a philosophy of cautiously adding languages while curating things. What does best mean to Duo? Exposure. Because that's their primary focus. And what does that exposure mean? Not grammar. In fact, they put out blogs on a daily basis writing it's not grammar. But when you see best, right? When someone sees best, what does that mean? For me, I have to see it to know what it means, right? Or use it in some way. So some things like this. I think this one is my harping point on Speakly. When they say 5x, personally, I'm nitpicky. 5x implies that there's a standard, but I don't know what the standard is. I have no idea what the standard is. And oftentimes, it can feel that if there's a standard that is weaker, so like, for example, whatever the standard is that they're comparing to, what does it have to offer, right? It's not going to be negative here, but doing it this way would suggest that it's negative. Right, this is a negative comparison, as in it's a positive for the people who have 5x of whatever it is, and whatever the other thing is, it doesn't have that. Now the question is that important to whatever the other product is? I don't know. I don't know what they're comparing it to. And I think oftentimes whenever someone, if you talk about item A and you're comparing it to item B, and then the other person adds something to item B, it may seem like you're interpreting that this person, which is fair, actually. It is fair. This is, I agree with your tendencies, like your tendencies to talk about this, where when someone adds to B, it can make it seem like person B is trying to defend B. And I think that's a very normal response. For here, I'm adding to A and I'm adding to B. So I'm expanding upon what I try to anyways. But in this case, I know more about B. I don't know anything about A. So I can't add to A. Like, there's no more. Like, I can no longer speak about Speakly because I haven't used it. So it can seem like I'm being defense, or like there's some element of defense, but I'm speaking about things I know, which is Duolingo. I very invested in understanding Duolingo. So hopefully that is okay. Like, I apologize if you keep feeling like I'm not talking about Speakly enough, because I don't know anything about Speakly other than what you're saying about Duo, right? That's probably a big point. And again, Duo still only takes up a fraction of my time now. It used to be all of the time because that's where we were starting, but nowadays Duo takes up like a third, if not less, of my time. Largely because we've extracted quite a lot of what it does, and I feel like I understand it fairly well, and that's what I'm sharing. No, that's not what you're thinking at all. You understand my points and agree. Okay, now I disagree with you. I think you understand my points and agree. I don't think you're giving me the impression that's what you think at all. Because you keep apologizing for doing something that I don't think you're doing. So you keep saying it's not a dig at Duolingo. I'm not saying Duolingo is useless. I don't think Duolingo is lacking something. I'm just saying Speakly does it better, like does it more for your preference. And that comes off as you keep thinking that I think you're being negative about Duolingo. If you're saying none of that is accurate to the way you're behaving, then I disagree with you. I think that's a huge point of cognitive dissonance. That you keep apologizing for something that I'm not assuming you're doing. I know you understand my points and agree. That's fine. But what I was talking about was that you keep saying you're clarifying, and it's not a dig. You're like, and then you're saying I'm not being negative, right? But I don't know what you're apologizing for. Then you keep mentioning that that's not a dig on Duo. Like, I know it's not a dig on Duo. Or is it? I don't think it's a dig on Duo. Or maybe you're informing me that you're not digging on Duo. I'm it's fine. Like, I think we're fine. There's no like animosity here. I just feel like you keep apologizing for something that I don't think you're doing. You're perfectly fine. It's okay. I think we're like metagaming each other. I feel that we're metagaming each other a little too hard here. Maybe it's the case of trying to be agreeable, aggressively trying to be agreeable. Perhaps that's the way. It's like two people cringingly trying to be agreeable to each other, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to think of a scene from a movie or from a TV show where, like, you know how you have like a scene where person A, right, wants to go through the, like, let's say person A and person B want to go through a door, and then person A is like, they're both going at the same time. It's like, oh, sorry, like, you should go first. And then the other person, no, you should go first. And it's like, okay, well, you should, I think for the X reason, you should go first. And then the other person, no, it's not like that. It's for Y reason, and you should go first. And then that's I feel like that's what's happening here. So I think we can be okay with the idea that I think we're trying to be really invested in each other, And we both haven't walked through the door. Sorry. All right. It's okay. It's okay. And also, you're typing and I'm speaking, so it's kind of asymmetrical. Sorry about that too. All right. A box and treasure. Is that not a key? What do I need in a treasure? I was reading over your comments again, and I think I know what you mean, though. Like, where I lost track of the idea. You were saying that you were only clarifying for the sake of clarifying. But I'm not being negative. Or at least I wasn't intending to be negative. Hmm. I have no idea. Moving along. Medicine. Flower cover. You don't know how to explain it without touching on things that are probably not appropriate to talk about in a public setting. But I will say you're an over apologizer due to the things that have occurred in your life and very anti-conflict, and sometimes without even realizing you find yourself trying to avoid any type of negative response. That's fair. I respect that. Even if you don't think the person speaking being negative, it's just a quirk of maybe your trauma. I can empathize with that. And I really I might have to apologize for this, but it can be tough, but I don't think you need to apologize. Like, yeah, it's very apparent that you do over apologize, and I don't think you have much to apologize for. And I do agree that it can be hard. It can be hard, but you shouldn't have to apologize for being forward and also being exacting. Like, maybe hear me out. Hear me out. Perhaps because of, I don't want to go into any of your personal stuff, obviously. Perhaps one day, like sometime in the future, when you are being able to surround with people who like just implicitly or like have a better consideration or maybe an over consideration of your feelings and being on point, you would feel comfortable enough to not have to worry about clarifying all the time, like for example, and then being worried that that other person feels like you're doing something that they're inappropriate. Or like, what I mean is, I don't want to give you the impression, and I'm very argumentative in that way, I suppose. Ironically, I don't want to give you the impression that you have to apologize for anything, or have to explain yourself so dramatically that that other person is criticizing you for being short-sighted or something like that. There's no way in any way that you give me the impression that you're short-sighted. So I'm more like trying to add, most like to confirm a lot of things that you are talking about, right? And it's kind of interesting that you have a very worrying commentary. Like, your responses are worrying me, because, or like, I'm trying to be very cognizant about how there's a chance that I've misunderstood you, right? Like, when you apologize, it can give me the indicator that there must have been some sort of insecurity somewhere, or some sort of confusion somewhere. And I want to reassure you that you have not caused any confusion for me. Typically, I like to put in the hat and say, oh, I know where you're going with this. And then I wanted to add to it, right? In case, like, so we're trying to, like, habitually trying to complete your thoughts, or try to get to the same page. But at the same time, there's this apprehension that I get the impression of, where you're suggesting, oh, maybe the person might have misunderstood me, or I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. And I'm like, well, we're on the same page. No reason for that. And then, then the apology happens. I'm like, maybe I've gotten something wrong, right? Or I've not been clear in reverse. So that's when that door situation happens, where person A is constantly worried about what they're saying in the response to person B, and then the person B is doing the exact same thing. And then what happens is we get to this really awkward position where two people are overtly trying to be agreeable to each other, and then they kind of just lose what they were talking about in the first place. Mind you, I want to be transparent with you. This is also how I interact with my friends a lot of times, where things don't necessarily get done or said, or the conversation doesn't necessarily progress anywhere, but I don't mind it at all. I think it's really funny, or it's humorous when you look back on it. Like, here we are having, like, we're raising stress levels, but not in a bad, I don't think this is necessarily a bad stress level, but it could be that I might not be able to empathize with your personal, like, your anti-conflict, like your personal problems. However, I just want to alleviate the idea that sometimes I like to believe that there will be people in your life in the future that's just got your back, right? When you say something, they just add on to whatever you say, and it can be very cathartic. So, no, in my opinion, I like to hope that I become a little bit more consistent in telling you that when you say something, I'm probably just double downing on what you're saying. Maybe it could be related to some sort of quirk of trauma, where it can be a little awkward when someone just assumes we're on the same page and we're celebrating what we know, right? As opposed to being in a continuous position where maybe that person is always arguing against you or something like that. At least that's the most appropriate way I can place this without any personal things. I think in the future, I hope that there are a lot of people who are like with you on most of your things, as opposed to you having to constantly clarify, and in order to make sure that transparency produces like accuracy. I sometimes you just trust. Like I know I'm not trying to trivialize your trauma, but having people that you simply just trust, like, oh yeah, like dogs, right? Am I right? Or like cats. What are their deal, Apologizing. Like why hear me out. I'm not entirely sure when was the last time I apologized to my friends. So that is an interesting thought. We can definitely be over apologetic. I am one of those people who have been told that if the frequency in which I apologize for things in different ways may lessen the impact of apologizing. I also find that I'm in that type of person who, when someone apologizes profusely over and over again, I start to think that something is potentially not sustainable, where like it can be a problem in the future, and I don't want that person to be apologizing for something that they didn't do. Or maybe they did do it, but you might not have to apologize anyways. I hope that is explained. Feelings are weird. Great. Feelings are weird. I just want to let you know that if you apologize, I'll probably talk about it. I think that's a healthy thing, but you can always tell me if you don't want to talk about it, which is great that you mentioned where your line is, right, for public setting. Oh, is that all right? I think that's acceptable, right? Hopefully. And on the topic of Speakly, yes, knowing that Speakly has been around for 9+ years and still have that type of mentality, there's got to be some magic involved. There's another one called it starts with a P, like reply or something. That not reply, reply or something. That's also a competitor as well. Yeah, reapply, reply. Yeah, that was founded a few years before Speakly. That I hear get thrown around in the machine, like a machine assisted field quite a lot. I haven't considered that either. And then we still have the founders of these things, like Rosetta Stone, the Babbel competition, and a Pimsleur, Fluent U. I already mentioned Fluent U yesterday. There's so many. There's like so many. You are the first, by the way, to mention Speakly. The other one would be not necessarily an automated platform or an app, but italki. Italki is... You think Preply is similar to italki, or at least that's what you heard? Yes, exactly. It's a place where you can pay for a human tutor. Yeah. And what I mean by it is like it's the industrial stuff. Like people are... You encounter a lot of users, especially Italki. I think Italki's gotten the most exposure from me anecdotally. Do you like talking to other people, like other human tutors? I'm gonna be real. I'm not the greatest anymore with a hierarchy interaction. I typically like scholastically equal footing. So mutual exchange is my preferred position. I do not particularly like one-way exchanges. Maybe that's because of old age, or my most recency of professional backgrounds. I think my learning efficacy is typically most highest when there's a mutual exchange. Like you and I, this conversation that we had already is nearly unforgettable for as long as we know each other. If I was sitting here and you're just like instructing me, and then I do not have like an active engagement with you in exchanging ideas, then it would no longer become very memorable. It becomes, I extract whatever I want from you, and then you like that person becomes a representation of that information, as opposed to being motivated to interact with that person. I do understand that other people would say, oh, but human tutors are great because it's the only human interaction they might have in that type of setting. Like when they're talking with their friends aren't taking turns exchanging ideas. If you know what I mean. Like it's not a normal occurrence. But for me, I think when I talk to my friends, I expect to be learning something from my friends. Like, how was your day? I'm trying to learn more about their day. Like, oh, what did you do yesterday? Give me the Skippy, because I wasn't able to be there with them. So, and we all play like different games. We all have different interests. So whenever we get together, it's about catching up and learning from each other what we like and what we're doing at the moment. However, it is kind of tough because the people I usually hang out with don't see human interaction as exchanging ideas to make things stronger. They prefer to exist, and I feel that is type of interaction that people want, or not want, but are used to. They have become used to, like a machine, for example, where you have no human attachments to it. So you're either wrong or you're right, and that's sufficient. And then when they get to a human tutor, that's the next step, and then they can be something more. Yeah, I like person-to-person dynamics. I think it's a order of operations here. So when you start, it's self, and then when you're in stage 2, this is arbitrary and a little bit reductive, but then you get to person instructor, right? So the self, now it's automation, and then that automation is replaced with human, and then the last step is person to person dynamic. So I like this. Like apps remind me that, oh, this is really convenient for what it is, you know, all the stuff like A through B, right? A through B. It's great. It's super convenient. It has elements that is absent, you know. It's absent here, it's available here, and then there are things that are available here that's not available here. And then to me, when people focus on dynamics of exchanging ideas, many people are still looking for the high school thing. Because in my opinion, that's the dynamics that they have become used to. Oftentimes, when you get to here, you either get it in the workspace, right? A job, right? A professional job. When you become professional, or you go to professional school or grad school. So these are post-professional things. And oftentimes, this isn't necessary for people to be happy. When you stay in this dynamic, how can you succeed? Become a sole proprietor. And even then, it's kind of a bit of a stretch. There's only very specific sole proprietors. Basically, be your own boss. And when you're being your own boss, it's still this. Only the person is now the teacher. You're the boss. So then you talk to subordinates. Right? And then there are CEOs. Right? As opposed to investors. So oftentimes, like, investors are involved in this. CEOs still try to maintain this. And then occasionally, CEOs have to engage in this because they have to interact with their investors. They're of almost equivalent power. But some might even say, no, the investors have more power. But that's kind of the dynamic that I like quite a bit. So you, like, for example, pushing me to reevaluate and think about things is a natural part of getting to know someone, as opposed and exchanging ideas or becoming trust and developing faith. And then breaking that trust sucks, right? Like there's also this thing at the end. I think one of the things that are really tough and possibly traumatic, it might seem trivial to other, like, it's not a competition of what is traumatic, but it's relative to that person. And lots of nowadays, when they're so used to only getting this far, and when this fails, they go back to 1. But when you get to this part and you rely on this, right? Every time this part fails, it's a bigger distance. So, like, more investment is lost. So oftentimes, I feel like when it comes to learning, people they prefer something that don't go past this point. Because if it fails, then they can just blame the teacher. Right. And then here, if it fails here, you only blame yourself. But when it gets here, it's amply traumatic, because now you don't know if it's your fault or the other person's fault. And these things are like your best friends. And even for many, this is what friends are right here. The moment you start engaging in exchanging of ideas on self, that's where the friends start. And I'm gonna be honest, I start here. It sounds egregious, but I think, again, maybe I'm a little bit luckier than a lot of people. I feel like it's always worth risking the trauma to trust and cynicism and all that stuff for the return on investment. So the people who stay long enough, they are often here to stay. And then for all the failures, you got this group. Yeah. I there are some people that I know right now. When I ask them what is the thing that they do most, like how they feel about themselves most of the time, they often either say something that blames themselves, or they say something when they know they're right, they blame someone else. It's less common for saying it's more than one person, but they still trust that person, right? I think forgiveness and reconciliation is often off the table when it comes to these conversations. Like, yeah, I don't like this teacher. Let's just move on to the next teacher. That teacher was garbage. The next one's maybe we'll try the next one. Or they go and do the thing where, oh, this teacher's garbage, so the whole platform is garbage. Let's just go and do it ourselves because we can't trust teachers. Oh boy, howdy. However, I do have a goober that, despite how much this goober dislikes going to high school, right? Like, or graduating from high school, I was able to find out that there were teachers that they really like, but they were rarer they were far rarer, but they remember those things from that teacher. And that's where that, like, you're getting close to the person-person dynamic. And I like to think that I'm the person-person dynamic. That's why they kind of like start picking up mannerisms or whatnot, and they start sharing whatever they're interested in. Like, every day, it's cool to be like, hey, what are you doing? Like, at the start of our conversation, right? Like, you watch some of the Americans, I watch The Diplomat, right? And hear me out. For full transparency, I'm sure the other two understands. I prioritized based on who I expect, not that I'm always right, who I would have expected would do it immediately, versus who I would say I probably won't see them for another 2 weeks. So I have, like, at most another 2 weeks before I have to talk about it. So you, right off the bat, asked me about The Diplomat, like, immediately. And I'm like, absolutely, because that's kind of how I expected it, right? And not that I'm saying you're predictable. I think it's very clear. You communicated your intent to me by how passionate you are. So immediately, the one thing I did in the evening was to watch The Diplomat. I haven't watched, like, Mysterious Skin or a Drive My Car, because I know that I probably will be unlikely to see not Tom Nook for another, like, 2 weeks. I would be very surprised if I talk to them today. Take it as like a badge. I feel like it's a badge monitor, because the other two that I talk to is a little different. The dynamic is different. I think you're really invested very quickly in others. I mean, and I try to reciprocate that as much as I can. But you don't have to apologize for anything, or you have to do a lot to need to apologize to me. Gotta be real. I'm a rock. Not like an unfilling rock. More like man. I don't know if you watch Clear Obscure things. I would have made an example to make an allusion to a French rock. There's a little gag in Clear Obscure about rocks. But talking rocks. Rocks with feelings. More like a rock, solid. Okay. I'm being a little too sentimental, but person-person dynamics. Language exchange. Another language learner. That's where it's at. Despite if it's, like, not as optimal for some people. The heck with optimal. I do want to push the envelope a little bit, Bree. One day, I'm not gonna speak for you, but I'll speak for myself. Regardless of what I'm not interested in or interested in, it will be my enthusiasm and my interest is a reflection of the people around me, what they're interested in. So ultimately, you don't have, it's effortless and also very difficult for most people to get me to do something, because they don't do the thing, in my opinion. They tend not to default to the thing they do best to get me to do something. They typically default to the thing that they believe others have to do. So you don't have to tell me like that you're really worldly or cultured or considered. If you're super passionate and you constantly talk about a topic, you know, like Speakly and French, and you just keep sharing what you're really interested in, that is enough for me to be all up in your business. I think when people unapologetically share proactively all the things they like, even all the things they hate, I would probably be more engaged. Like, I would be more likely to be engaged in that, because it tells me a lot about the person. And yes, it can be tough if you find out, well, you guys just aren't compatible or don't like things and always argue. Now the question is it worth it? If it's not, the good news is that there's no miscommunication, right? So for me, I'll probably just tell you whatever is on my mind, because I understand that we already have a level of trust, and then you don't need to convince me of anything. If the idea is whatever you find interesting is just going to come out anyways. Like the next movie you watch is like, oh hey, this is interesting, I wonder what he thinks. And then you talk about the movie and I'm like, all right, I guess we'll find out what I think. And the reason why I say this is I think I would say over 50% of people, it's like a one-way discussion. I would ask them, oh, so was there anything interesting that happened yesterday? It's like, you know, same old, same old. It's like, okay. Did you watch an interesting movie? It's like, yeah. And how was that movie? Well, it was alright. Was there something about the movie that you particularly enjoyed, or is it memorable? Oh, there was this one scene. And that scene was... Oh, I don't want to spoil it for you. No, it's alright. It's alright. Like, I like spoilers. Like, because if... Or like, I'm okay with spoilers. If you're not comfortable with spoilers, that's understandable. But if you want to talk about the scene, talk about the scene. Because then when I go and watch it, I wouldn't have watched it otherwise, possibly. But if you talk about the scene, I would probably watch it from a different lens, right? And they're like, oh, okay. Like, nah, you just have to go watch it. Well, oh, okay. I mean, and I would be less likely to watch it because it doesn't really strike me as something that person is really interested in, if you know what I mean. Like, there are ways when people talk about things that they want to be something, but oftentimes their behavior tells me that we're probably not going to talk about it ever again. Now, there are times, I think a lot of times, I would do something and I would just wait for that person to bring it up again. I am very guilty of that. So sometimes I could bring up something, but man, when someone else brings up something, this is a one-way exchange. I'm a little guilty of doing something and waiting for the opportunity to bring it up. One of the recent examples would be Petitious really likes blueprints, and he was talking about blueprints, and after like watching him make a bunch of videos and write a bunch of videos, he finally shared something. It's like, oh yeah, and oh, by the way, I thought it was pretty cool that you're starting to make some content about your like interest in blueprints and whatnot. I think those were pretty good, and put up like an interesting tooltip and guide. So I think I occasionally I'm a little guilty of playing the long game. It's like who's gonna break first? Who's gonna break the silence? But here we immediately have something on. Like we're basically comparing and contrasting the diplomat and the Americans already. Nope. Dynamic exchange. I swear I know this character, by the way. I swear. Oh, yes, I do. Migigawa. I want to make a joke. I would love this to be a safe space, but it's a public space. So it's not safe. You know what I mean, Bree? Like, I go back to what you said 2 days ago. You said you're an open book. I am an open book too. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure both of us are on the same page when it comes to like, just because there are two people who are open books, they don't have to, it would be safer not to unpack our laundry publicly, despite there are two people who are open books. Yeah, and it's close to 8 p.m. I know. I feel like we're having a repeat of yesterday. I know. I totally understand what you like. Being an open book doesn't necessarily mean that you should like just you know, dirty laundry everywhere, you know? Like if you want to see the dirty laundry, I'm okay with answering the questions. But voluntarily doing things is, I like to surprise people. Like surprise people in a different way. So oftentimes if you have like social media or like public social media, like a channel and stuff, have things on it and whatnot, it might sound a little creepy from like without explaining it out of context, but I when someone says something and they start talking something and then they're not expressing anything, I go find out, because I think it's pretty lonely. Like, while you get to know a lot of things, it's still pretty lonely that there aren't people who try to invest outside of explicitly in talking to each other. There are, I believe, in my opinion, IRL has nonverbal communication, right? It has context, it has like position, it has geography, but in the internet world, people's social media, what they want to share publicly is the nonverbal communication. So whenever I engage with someone, like exchanging ideas, you go look at what their nonverbal communication is. What is the nonverbal communication? What they post on social media, or what they are openly willing to say, and all that. And yes, being open, like an open book in a public setting, is that, but it's usually more like if you ask, like an AMA situation and whatnot, and then we get the privilege of suggesting there's more, but probably not here, right? You only draw that line because you don't think Twitch would like you going into depth about essay and other types of yes. I do. I've engaged in a couple of those conversations, and I usually use a bit more politically agreeable type of language. And then of course YouTube also has a lot of that stuff. They are more than happy to talk about it through Discord message or something, but publicly it feels less safe to share. Yes, less professional. We'll use the word less professional. However, when someone asks me like a question directly, like I'm not asking you a question directly about this as a form of being safer, right? Or professional about it. However, when someone asks me, I'll try my best to answer the question. But again, it's a compromise. I'm definitely not that individual who interacts with people who say, "Well, you don't have to bend over backwards to be appropriate." Like, Asian culture, I suppose. Public decorum is somewhat of a pride thing too. So, when you mention those words, I feel it. It's incredibly impactful, right? Now the question that maybe the little goobers around that challenges me, they are looking for dirty laundry, and gotta be real, I hate to disappoint, but they're not. My dirty laundry is not very dirty. It's pretty mundane, but I will try to make it sound like it's useful. You know, like, hey, what do you do in the morning? I run half a mile every morning at minimum. Like, oh, that's boring. But wait, let me tell you how it's exciting. You ready? You ready for the three? No. We're not gonna digress into that. Why I run half a mile? But I will try to make my maybe slightly dirty laundry be like useful. So I do welcome any type of questions in that nature. It's like, oh, do you ever regret anything? I have a answer for that too. Or like, what is your most embarrassing moment? Or as of late, what is your most embarrassing moment? What was my most embarrassing moment? Oh, I screwed up on Ma, but that's gonna take a time to explain. But often someone did a Chinese thing, and I accidentally forgot that Ma is mother in Chinese, and Ma is horse. So what happened was the person was talking about, oh yeah, like horse and mother are the same, and then I just went with it, even though I should have known that mother is different from horse. So I just went with it for like 30 minutes, only to realize after I wrote out like the pinyin and the character, I realized that, oh no, wait, these two things are different. So that was a little embarrassing, and that's what I got, embarrassment. Dirty laundry. I think sometimes it's interesting to be challenged in having people try to put me in a vulnerable state by asking controversial topics, right? And one of those would be the things about what you're being professional about here, and me too. I definitely do. However, we can still try from time to time. Obviously, you and I are already pretty good with knowing where our lines are. For others, maybe not so much. Like someone drops in and it's like, oh, did you see the current events? Like, oh, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, protests are going around the United States, right? Which, by the way, it is very weird to watch the first 4 episodes of Diplomat, considering what happened this week, what happened yesterday, and what happened the day before. It is very weird. I don't know if you're following current events closely, and then this is one of those like less safe topics, but it is when I was watching and it was unfolding, and the topic they were talking about, my first thought was that that's almost literally happening right now. But you swap out, you know, the countries that are involved. Weird. But not weird at the same time when you think about all the shows and their context. It's gonna be those particular type of conflicts, and you swap out the countries, right? Still, wow. uh it's like present day parties took their playbook from a 2023 TV script. Yes, like it's like, and here's the really scary thing. It is playing out like the time frame in a TV script. Like earlier, I mentioned like, oh, you know, dramedies and like those shows, they truncate the time, right? Like things don't happen or unfold that quickly. Like suddenly like a take back, suddenly subterfuge, and then you get like whiplash, right? A lot of times you get whiplash from TV scripts, but it's literally happening right now with whiplash. Like I follow the economy a lot because of finances and investments, and like the turbulence that's creating in finance, and like the trade wars and whatnot, right? All of that, it's crazy. Like right now, it's legitimately a TV script, and so coincidentally that it has many of the optics that the diplomat is implying. So if there was a companion show that was right now airing that deals with the economic impact of, you know, large scale conflict, that would be on point as well. This is pretty wild. It's incredibly wild. Pure coincidence, though. Since you didn't spoil anything about what the diplomat was addressing, I was like, I took a pause for a moment. It's like, they're not going into this, are they? Are they really gonna? And they did. In my first thought was, boy, that's a lot of parallelisms to be had right now. Ooh-wee. What am I looking at? What am I? Mata something ataraishi? Eta? Gata? No, that's would be su. So, oh no wait, but it could mean out. We're moving this. All right.
細い
Sweet. No more. We're gonna focus now. I'm a cold-hearted robot from now for the next 30 minutes. Cold-hearted robot, exacting and knowing all these words. It's gone. I can't even do that. It's gone.
Naosu.
I was just about to say, as the kids say, I gotta lock in, right? The kids, that's what the kids say, right? I gotta lock in. Okay, alright. I did pick up that vernacular recently. I like locked in. I'm a fan of cooked as well. Like, I'm either locked in or I'm cooked. I sway back and forth. One of the goobers that I know used the phrase chalked, and I kind of like that too. I'm not sure how trendy that is anymore. But instead of saying cooked, right? Well, cooked tends to be applied to a person, and then chalked could be like something is chalked, and I either sway in from lock in to chalked. I also say help me a lot, or send help. Send help. Send help is good, but that's coming from someone, that same person I interact with quite a lot. My lexicon has changed quite dramatically lately for the sake of for the sake of stream. Picked up quite a few here. Gensaku. Okay.
周囲
Chewy.
Nishigawa
Nishigawa.
海平
Kaihe. Ah, that's a typo. Ah,
塩水
Yomizu. No,
泣き虫
Nakimushi.
鼻歌
Anauta. That's a funny question. Do you think humming is coming from your nose? Discuss. Humming is nose plus song. That's what the Japanese use. Nose and song. Or nose and sing. Nose and singing or song. Or humming. I thought about it yesterday. I was like, yeah? Like, where else is the sound coming from? If your mouth is closed. Yeah, if your mouth is closed, where is this? Where do you think the sound is coming from? Out your nose. I thought it's a bit eye-opening. I was humming to myself when I saw it. Is it still coming through your mouth? All right. I'm gonna try to lock in again. No. Oh.
失敗
Shippai. Oh no, wait, that's Chinese. What? What are you? Speak to me. Speak to me. What are you? How are you not key? Alright. I'll move to the... Oh. Oh, this is not. Oh.
狼
Okami. That's right. Not Chinese. Um. No? Oh,
不器用
Ukiyo. Oh, that humming example. I think some people, when I say some people, I think a fairly good majority of people find this a little aversive. But I think those who really like language learning also likes this aspect to some extent, which is, yes, there are no, like, a lot of people say, oh, there's no perfect translation for things. There are things that lost in translation. I kind of like that there's a loss in translation. It's really funny. It leads to funny things like that, where I just stated, huh, no song. Like, obviously, if you are someone who speaks Japanese, it's just they're gonna do it. They do the action. They show humming. It's like, okay, that's it. But if you know English and you're trying to translate it and use like character meanings, like, huh, that is an interesting way. And French is very, French, Spanish, and English has that duality, like that interaction too. Like French cue all the like shorts where someone's like, hey, do you know what the French refers to this as? While this is in English, and it's like, oh, it sounds really weird in English, but that's an interesting way to look at it, despite it trying to capture the French meaning in English, right? Or vice versa. So one day it would be kind of fun to think about it in reverse, which is like lack, huh? And all I can think about nowadays when I say lack is I think of this. This is legitimately what's in my head. I'm like, well, lack looks like this. That's lack. When someone says lack to me, like when I during my Japanese sessions, like that's right. Kore, kore wa, right? Kore wa omoshiroi koto. Kore wa omorushi koto omoi? Omou? Something like that. But that's an interesting way to think about it. Intriguing. Things change in your big squishy brain after a while. Different perspectives. I'm buying my time because I'm totally not locked in.
Kesseki
Seki. Okay.
原子
原子。原子。大学で原子、いいね。エネルギー。エネルギー。エネルギー。What is that? We'll just go. That doesn't help. Original child. How do you even interpret that? Okay, if I'm thinking of an original child, right? Oh, right. Adam. I don't know what inerugi sounds like. Inerugi no benkyou o shitai to omotte imasu. I think I want to study whatever this is Adam at college. What does that? Oh, energy. Oh, energy. Oh my gosh. Energy and energy. Or energy. Yeah. Wait.
大学で原子エネルギーの勉強をしたいと思っています。
Energy. Okay. I didn't make that connection with energy. Ugh, so terrible with katakana. Okay. Está bien. Wait. How am I anting the ground? Oh no. Yes.
お願い
お願い。
側
側。YOLO? No, this is not a YOLO moment. I don't have a YOLO. Let's see. Discerning. Masaka, gemuga ute mitai. Uchi? Ute mitai na. Some type of game, think. A little weak. Yellow. Okay. We gotta move this to the end. Okay. It wasn't it. Like, I didn't know. Samazama.
さまざま
Wait, what the heck does samazama mean? Oh. That was worth. I know, it's just What? Alright, fine.
Uchigawa.
Uchigawa.
食堂
食堂。
勝敗
勝敗。Excuse me.
兵士
兵士。Oh, that was a YOLO. Oh no. The doubt. Oh, wait. Utagao?
疑う
Utagao. 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 Yes. Somehow that worked. Oh no. This is special. It's using the kun, so it's Mimi. Yo Mimi? No. To Mimi? Your first time hearing it, right? This is the first time you're hearing it. Hearing for the first time. Nah, I was just...
鼻くそ
Anakso. Soto? No. Soto. No Soto. Gairaigo.
外来語
願い事
Negaigoto.
兵員
Ein. What? 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 I could have sworn it's like... Okay, I guess I'll think about that later. I don't know what's going on there. No idea. Right.
鳴き声
Nakigoe.
外側
Sotogawa. What?
まずい
Mazui. Uh. I have no idea. It's a complete blank for now. Not good. Not good. Oh no. I don't remember this either. Sword. Cow. YOLO. Okay, that doesn't help. What am I solving? We have problems. There are some major problems. Okay. That's not it.
Kirei.
Eat it. Compare examples? Oh, maybe like proportion. Okay. Or proportional. Uh, I want to say it's like ya. YOLO. Oh no. Oh no. I don't. Pretty sure it's like ya. Something dealing with ya. Like Yahoo or maybe not. Maybe yo. Yo so good or something. Yo so cool. Yo. No, you rock. You rock. You. Oh yeah, yeah. You rock. Yorokubu. Yorokubu. What? Yoru. No. Yorokobu. Yorakobu. I swear it's like Yorokobu or
喜
something.
ぶ
Oh yeah, Yorokobu. Hmm. Oh,
空席。
Useki. Fine, empty seat.
潮み
Xiaomi. What? Oh, right.
梅酒
Umeshu.
兵
Eh. What? Hidarigawa.
左側
Hidarigawa. What did I type the first time?
席
Wiki. Hmm. Why do I feel like it's
情けない
nasakenai? Okay. Oh, there, Carson. Carlson. Hello? Hello?
両側
Yogawa. Oh. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, wait. So that was yes. And this is... Oh.
昼ご飯
Hiru Gohan.
「果てる
Ateru. Excuse me? Oh, wait. Really? Huh. Okay. We'll move this to the end. Okay. Oops. Oops. This way. Uh... YOLO didn't help. All right, man. I skipped a lot today. Varies. I'm gonna hit a. I think I have 10 at the end that we push to the end. Hopefully, they make up for it.
Hanasaki
Anasaki. Oops.
歯医者
Aisha.
「果物
Ramono.
晩ご飯
Bangohan.
梅
Ume. All right. So 11 things. All right, 11 things to curate. Let's see. I think I might. Shun. So. Or.
青春
Say Shun. Okay. Man, I really thought this was key. So you put a treasure in the box. What do you do with it? I got one more yellow attempt. But I think this is a pretty good yellow. Oh wait. Ken? Son of a bee sting? Oh wait. Oh. Uh who? District. And I brain farted on this.
狼男
Okami otoko. Chinese is so much stronger on this one. And it's not an account. It's a measure. Measure. Yep. So I don't know how to phrase this in a verb. Like, how do you discern something? Is it just to discern? Does that help me with discerning something? What am I discerning? No. Oh no, that's failure. Failure. Oh, to be failure? Oh, to be defeated? What am I being defeated? Oh, it's yeah, boo? Maybe like yabureru?
破れる
Yabureru. Okay, and then this is different too. First time hearing it. Not the first time. This is not the first time I got stopped on this. Not sure. Or is it? What would it be if it was here? Oh, it could be. No. I don't think so. Oh. I have 6 now. I don't know if I have a new mnemonic for this. Like, I'm not sure if I added something new. Doesn't come to mind. I feel like it should have Mimi in it. It's off of like gut feeling. come back to this. We'll probably write that. And then what happened here? I could have sworn it's like be, right? Be. Oh, I wrote in probably.
米兵
He. Oh, I wrote in or he. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I don't know what happened here. Fingers, branch, support. Chinese too strong. Oh, finger, branch. I think this is support. Yellow. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Oh boy. This is from yesterday. I think. Oh, it was recent. Or maybe even not. So you have angle, right? Angle, cow, and sword. Definitely untie or solve. Am I solve? What am I Oh. No. Ugh. These are rough. So what happened here? I thought it was, which it is not. I don't see how that's not unite. Or what? The left is... Actually, I'm not even quite sure what the left is supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the left is supposed to be anymore. Kono basho no namae no something o shite imasu ka? Do you know? Oh. No? You know the something name of this place? The original name? The original name. For whatever reason, I think it's Yurai.
由来
What did I type before? Like the first time around. Oh, I might have typed Yorai? No. What? It's not original. Or originally? Huh. Weird. That's odd. Window and beanstalk. Or window and grain stock. Something about looking through the window. Looking through the window. What can I do looking through? Would I break all the windows? No. Yeah, standalone characters are losing standalone characters can be tough. And I have 3 of them, right? I think I have 3 of them today. What are you? There are so few windows. I can't believe I'm forgetting this window. Probably poison. Doku? I don't know what that has to do with windows. To throw life out the window, use poison. Oh boy. Right, Sudoku. You even have 5 vocabularies. Oh, and it's all doku as well. Alright, let's write this down. So poison is a problem. Poison. Oh, that's supposed to be life. That's why I got stuck. They're qualifying that as life. Life in window. Life out the window. And what's more than poison? Sudoku. Alright. Oh, we're skipping this. What about you? What are you? Branch and fingers. I can think of like, I think this might be in branch office. Does that help? No. Maybe. No. I think I already YOLO'd that. Oh. Skill? This is probably skill then. Oh. Skill because you can balance your finger with on a branch or something? Oh no, well, it's gi or guillotine. You're really good at balancing a branch on your oh, you can branch out your fingers. A special skill that requires some good technique. Your fingers branch out into smaller fingers and you can hold things really well. You can and then they just cut your fingers off because you're too skilled. We have oh yeah, that's right. Oh. Yeah, I got stuck on branch. Yeah, it's all dealing with skills and technique. Okay. So what do we have? It was branch plus fingers, which is what I can see. And that should have gotten me skill. Skill should have gotten me E. And we can link this up with Tokugi. Tokugi. Or Ino. Ino would work. Oh no, actually, Kijitsu would be a good one. Kijutsu. Okay. Untie or solve. There's so much going on with this. Okay. What are you? Oh, what time is it? 35. Forgot lessons. Alright, so let's break this down. See if anything comes up. So we have angle, or is that a prisoner? No, wait. Prison in Iraq? No, no, no. I think it's angle, cow, a sword. What can you do with an angle, cow, and sword? I really just have no idea what is going on. This is definitely new. Oh, yeah, this is not even close. So you're trying to like angle a sword, like try to like angle a cow with the sword, and it's really tough. But you can somehow solve it using a kayak or on a kayak or something, and it's kayak. Oh, I already know it's solved. So the first thing was like solve. And it's just really hard to solve a cow. Or I don't even know. I don't know why I'm... dude, this is rough. So it's Kai and solve or untie. That's awful. Angle your sword correctly at this cow to solve its riddle. Oh, it was a riddle. The key to untie the cows. The key with the sword. The key is to untie the cow with the sword without hurting it. While on a kayak. I don't know. That one's gonna suck. So I gotta think of a riddle. And I think that's new, so we don't have any vocabulary words attached to Kai. And what are you? So this is first ear, which is first time hearing. And the weakness is the left, right? I think this is the first time. Unless it's not. But what would be the right hand? Oh no, it's the first time for the ear. Maybe... Nope. Just kidding. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Oh, that's something else. I think that's something else. Well, let's think about the possibilities, right? We had Mimi on the right. I don't remember Onyomi for Mimi. And then I remember the Onyomi for the left, which is Sho. What about a Kunyomi? No. This is so frustrating. Sorry, I laugh when I'm frustrated. Yeah, I don't think it's definitely Mimi. It has to be Mimi. That means the left. I had a problem with this. This is a repeated problem. So if you're hearing something for the first time, you're tipping your hats off, right? Hatsumimi.
初耳
I think it's the only Hatsumimi. Let's do the 11 beforehand. Oh, wait. Are these the burns? These might actually be burns. Hold up. Is here. I have to think of hats. Hats off. And Hatsumimi. Oh no, these might actually be the burns too, because I'm pretty sure this is a burn. Oh, these are the first burns, so let's see if these are fine. These are our first set of burns. Today was the burn day for the radicals. I totally forgot about that. Person is fine, but people is also fine. So all the radicals are getting burned. Okay, that's fine. All those are burned. So we got 11 burned, which is the radicals. So all these radicals are fine. What do you mean by burn? They won't come up anymore. So these are not going to come up anymore. These are the oldest things. So all of these should be permanently ingrained in my brain. And these are all components, or radicals. So whether they're burned or not. Radicals will be auto-burned in general because they're very particular. But yeah. So we're gonna leave those guys go. So today is the first burn milestone. What time is 176 days? Yeah, 176 days. So these are burned, and I don't have any trouble with any of them. So there's no reservations on those burned. So that's fine. That was unexpected. I thought my first burn, I'm thinking of vocabulary words. The first vocabulary words or kanji that's gonna be burned is tomorrow. Actually, it's probably the day after because it's 8 p.m. which I'm not gonna. Hopefully, we're not gonna be repeating this again tomorrow. All right, so let's do our lessons. Okay, how many do we have? 40? What? Oh no. I don't know if I'm gonna push it off again. Okay. All right, let's just try to diligently go through this. All right. Original cause, which still cause. Okay, fine. Or origin or source. Oh, okay. Original cause is how you get to this mess. Forget all the things that cause. The first cause is the origin and source of what's going on. Okay. I almost feel like origin of cause is fine. You look it that way, and then you'll still get it. You're a smarticle particle. Okay, you know, before we go, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Well, at least this is the fun part, right? And just read stuff, take it in, sponge it up. Let's guess some. This what do we have? Gain.
原因
Gain.
Alright, main cause. That makes sense. Chewing?
主因
Chewing? Shuin. Wait,
主因
Shuin. Oh. Shu? Jukugo. Shu? Is it really Shu? Oh, yeah, it is Shu. Why did I think it's Shu? Oh, I think of poor. Yeah, Shu. Like Shujin. Yeah, Shuin. That's fine. Main cause. That's main cause is main cause. Nothing is nothing. If I take a guess. Nah, I don't got a guess. Moo and boo. Nothing can moo quite like a cow can moo. Okay? Cows are the best at going moo, that's a fact. And boo. Boo and moo. I'm not sure we're gonna have something for boo. Let's see. Mukyu? Yeah, Mukyu. And Muryoku? Muryoku, okay. There's no way that's Mume. It's Mume. Okay, so we only got Mu examples. Alright, that's fine. Government funds. Makes sense. Oh, the left side is? Oh, it's using a different character for this part. Huh. Government funds. Or government gold. Kankin. Kankin.
Okay, kankin. Diplomat. Speaking of diplomat, that's diplomacy plus government. So we have Gaiko, ne? Gaiko-kan.
外交官
Gaiko-kan. Interesting that you got that one today. I know, right? Moo Moo. Moo Moo. Okay, Moo Moo. And then we have
主因
Shuin.
原因
Yang.
監禁
Ankin.
外交官
Gaiko-kan. Alright. Always. Yeah. Maybe that still stays as Joni. Ne? Always, because it's a normal action. It's always there. Yeah, you're constantly doing it. It's pretty normal.
常に
Tsuneni. Oh. Alright, so it uses kunyomi. Alright. I always tune my violin, but today I didn't tune it, so now I sound terrible. Okay. Tsuneni. Alright, alright. Just gonna vibe with it. Okay. So Ki? No. Nichi? Jitsu. Every day. I feel like Nichijo sounds nice. Jijo is okay. No. Don't give me another kun. It's not a double kun. Don't do it. Every day, yeah, normal day, normal life.
日常
Nichijo, yep,
日常
that's fine. And bind. Oh, to tie up, okay. So does this also have tie? Yes, okay. So thread. Thread. Okay. Alright. Thread and good luck. Bind. You use a thread for good luck by binding two fingers together. You tie them nice and tight, okay? That's like meh. And what is that? Jie? Oh my gosh, it's heckin' Jie. Ugh. I have to go over Han's a hero today. I have to go over my crutch of Jie. Ki. Dang it, Ketsu. Oh, it's about ketchup again. After you bind your fingers, the good luck starts pouring in. Literally, suddenly ketchup starts pouring down from the heavens. I'm not sure if that's good luck or not. That kind of just sounds like the scene from Carrie where they pour pig's blood all over her. There's a different type of fate and binding. Alright, Ketsu? Alright, I got you. Ketsuka. Or Kekka makes sense. Kekka, ooh, bureau, what was it? Oh no, wait. Yes. Oh no, I just got bureau in. That looks delicious. Tonight was pizza night for you? Ooh, what kind of pizza? This is my snack. There's a high chance I'm not gonna eat dinner tonight. This is stir-fried egg noodles. And we have lettuce, bucky mushrooms, carrots, peas, and eggs. And yeah, it was originally warm, but I kind of like my noodles cold, so now it's cold noodles. Usually if I have to talk, when I have to talk and I have to consume something, they're usually room temperature. And what I mean by cold, I mean like not warm anymore. So room temp. Eating like soups and things that warm me up or super cold things causes mucus to build up in my throat, so it makes it very difficult to talk. I usually just wait till the food is like at room temp at pretty much anything, even like pizza and stuff, and then if I have to snack, I would just snack at room temp. Just pepperoni tonight. It's kind of late, so you had to get Little Caesars. Okay, the other pizza place was closed already. What is the other pizza place like? Yeah, Little Caesars would most definitely be a convenient fallback. After all. Oh no, that's not great. After all? Kekyoku is after all? How does that even work? Oh, Jie is so mean. Like, this character is going to be the end of me. I'm gonna quit Japanese and Chinese simultaneously because of this character. Like, fine? That's not fine. That is definitely not fine. And you know what's even worse about that? That's a Jeko, Jeko, yeah. Jeko, which is structure. Jeko. And it's fine here. What is fine mean? Oh no. I think this is nightmare. I'm gonna dedicate some time to creating a web for this specific character. I think the kanji and the hanzi is absurd with this character. Something is up with this character. And then like life and stuff, but this one uncharacteristically complicated. It's a mom and pop shop. They have really good make your own pizza. You usually get Canadian bacon and broccoli. Ooh, that's exotic. Canadian bacon and broccoli. Great compliment with the cheese and the starch. Delightful. I'm kind of a weirdo. If I go to like a really specialty place, the last time my friends and I went out of our way to go to a pizza place, we ended up getting anchovies on it. Straight up cheese pizza with anchovies. Do you watch Futurama at all? It's like that. That's how it do be. A particular episode of Futurama. Some people might say, you know, some peeps out there is like, ooh, Italians will have a word with you. No, not really. That's actually a specialty thing, and that's actually the inspiration was coming from like Italian source. Umami bombs, anchovies. This is gonna stink. Haven't watched it in a while, but you used to really enjoy it. Now you just watch random clips on YouTube. I know, right? That's kind of how you that's kind of the like a very normative routine on how to get your exposure to television, like especially like still broadcasting television. You just get them through clips. And it's very effective. I mean, I don't know how many of them are reposts or the actual channels themselves, but yep, random clips. So you bind your fingers, and then it's just and then the random ketsu just falls from the sky. All right, I guess we'll try that. Common sense. Oh really? Okay. Normal. What is this right thing? Gotta get used to this. We have normal, wait. Sound, word. Normal, discerning. Common sense. Okay, okay. I feel like it's the discerning you do on a daily basis without thinking. Yeah, okay. Okay, common knowledge. I'm okay with that. I think this is fine. I was trying to get the read on this. Joel. Joshiki.
常識
Joshiki.
常識
Joshiki. Joshiki. Okay, no, that's alright. That's fine. To dry something? I mean, that is dry, and that's too, so it's a transitive. Oh yeah, to hang up to dry something. Thomas Paine has infiltrated WaniKani. Wait, Thomas Paine, hold up. Oh. Yes. Alright, so I need a kun. I don't have a kun. Kan is not sufficient for a kun, so what is it?
干す
Hos! Oh man, hos. Okay, this continue. Why do you need to dry something? Because someone used a hose and got everything all wet. Alright. Hos. I like it. It incorporates the whole thing, so I'm okay with it. Alright. Getsu. Hi. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone already. It's gone. I can't today. Yeah, I have no idea. It's gone. Tune, tune, okay. Do my violin. I don't actually have a violin. Tune. Near rhymes are not my jam.
常に
常に、常に、
日常
日常 or like everyday life, yeah. Or everyday. Oh, right. I gotta not add the space. That's right.
干す
Oh, that's a typo. What? That's a typo. That's double typos in a row. Can you guys hello?
常識
Yoshiki. What happened? What is this? Common sense. Dry weather. That makes sense. Oh, is this gonna change? Content? Oh man, content sounds not that great. But
寒天
content. Okay.
寒天
Content. Content. That's fine. Interference. A dry ford. I don't understand that. Yeah, okay. When you're fording a stream and you suddenly feel dry feeling around you, that doesn't make any sense for something wet. Yes, dryness is an interference. It's an intervention trying to stop you from fording. Alright. If I didn't have learned the word ford, or like ford meant, it wouldn't have been so memorable, but I kind of get where the interference came from because of their choices of
干渉
like they happened to choose something that dealt with water. Unsure. Okay. Yeah, we're fine with that. That's normal. Norms. Yes. What was this in Chinese? We have the dollhouse. Oh. Cha. I have no idea why it's cha. Oh. Examine. Cause examine. I guess? I'm not sure about that. If you're on the roof of the festival, you have to guess what actually is going on below you. You can kind of see that there are rides and maybe food. It smells like food, but you have to guess on the specifics. Okay. Alright. Satsu. You can get a better guess if you ask Satsu, our neighborhood ninja girl. Okay. She's that little girl you know from some earlier mnemonics, and she happens to be on the roof. Picture her, ask you, what's your guess, Sats? Alright. Usually these are kind of hit or miss. Oh. But it does deal with cha in police. Yeah, Satsu. Yeah, Keisatsu. Okay, we can definitely use Keisatsu. We get the same thing. This is Jingcha. Jingcha is police in Chinese. Interesting. Are we gonna get K as well? Alright. Illusion is illusion. Yeah, okay. Does it stay gen though?
幻
Of course it doesn't. Oh my. Oh, I see Dragon Ball in here. When learning the kanji, you didn't learn that reading, so here's... Okay, you look up to see a crazy illusion. You can't believe it's real. Master Roshi from Dragon Ball is standing in front of you. You thought he was a cartoon. Then he splits into a million versions of himself, creating a mob of Roshis. Maboroshi. This mob goes on to train many people to fight. Alright. Maboroshi is fine. Maboroshi.
幻
Okay, Maboroshi. I got you. I kind of identify with Master Roshi, so Hallucination, illusion plus memorize. That's kind of funny. An illusion that could, like a hallucination, a recurring thing. Right?
幻覚
Genkaku. Okay, that's fine.
幻覚
We're good. All right. Oops.
Content
Content.
Kansho
Kansho. What? Oh,
幻
Maboroshi. Nope.
幻覚
Genkaku. Fantasy. An illusion that you imagine. Okay, an illusion that you imagine is your big fantasy. It is also an illusion. This makes sense though, right? An illusion is an illusion, short, but when you imagine it, it becomes your fantasy. Genso. Okay.
幻想
Alright. Fair enough. Bottom. Bottom's bottom. What was bottom? Soko? I doubt it's Soko.
そこ
Soko? Really?
そこ
Okay.
そこ
Wait, let me double check. I thought Soko was... Oh. That's because Soko is kunyomi. So I have to correct that. I thought Soko was onyomi. So, okay.
そこ
That makes sense now. Alright. That's what we have to check. Oh, there's Warn. Jing for Warn? What was Jing for... Oh, they just went straight to police. So this is Warn. Admonish. You have a poem. Okay, a poem with winter that you say to warn people against going outside. It's cold and dangerous in winter. You admonish anyone and everyone you see going out there with your scary winter poem. Jabberwocky. I'm kidding. Admonish. Man, admonish. It's been a long time since I've used the word admonish. It's to the point where it doesn't even feel like it means what I think it means. To make sure people listen to your warning, you threaten to take away their cake. Cake. I was gonna say cake, but cake. People will do anything for cake, so when you bring it up, they actually take your attempts to warn them about winter seriously. Yeah, if you threaten people to take away their cake, man, that's a serious warning. The winter cold will make you ache. Your whole body will start to shake. Don't go outside. I'll eat your cake. Oh, yikes. Okay, so cake. Okay, we can still use keiketsu for stuff for those two. Bottom of one's heart. Oh, that's heart bottom. Bottom of my heart. Oh, is it like an endearment thing? Do you want to learn kanji? Do you want to learn it from what would this be? Like, oh, it's probably double kun. Kokoro ne? Hold up. Kokoro soko.
心底
Shin soko. Oh, it's an unexpected fusion. Come on. I thought I was on point this time. Yeah, it's a hybrid. It's an on with a kun. And then there's no rendaku either. Shin soko.
心底
心底
Alright, shin soko. Shore, Japanese. Shore. What about this? I swear, this better be kawasoko. I don't remember any other reads for this.
川底
Kawazoko, and then the rendaku, right? Kawazoko.
川底
川底
Alright.
底
Soko.
幻想
Genso.
心底
Insoko.
川底
Kawazoko. Alright. We're getting it. We're getting it. I feel like this stays Ren. Despite it being Onyomi. Yeah, romance, love.
恋
Koi. Oh, right. It is Koi. Dang it. Totally forgot about Koi. Alright. Well, you got any reads? So here's the mnemonic. Your love isn't towards a person, it's towards this giant koi fish, yeah. Koi is love. You know, koi is love. The fish is so handsome you get you get hearts popping above your head every time. Okay, koi. Koi is fine.
恋
恋恋
Heartbreak. Lose heart. Or fault heart. Yeah, let's not lose in this situation. False. Heartbreak. I feel like lose heart still works too. But the fault of romance isn't the romance itself, it's when everything falls apart. It's when you experience heartbreak or unrequited love. Have you ever felt the fault of romance? Guys, it can also be lose heart. So when you lose your heart in things, you're heartbroken. Although this is a verbal noun, you know, heartbroken. Oh, heartbroken is a verb, I suppose. That's okay, I see. The heartbreak, interesting. All right, what is that? Shitsu. It could be shiren or shitsuren.
失恋
Shitsuren. Okay.
失恋
Theory. I've seen you before, but you're missing something. Oh no, that's Lun. Lun is much more complicated. Theory. What do you say to a guard? Your theory about how about how the thing he's guarding isn't even real. Yeah, you have this whole thing figured out. You have for a while. At this point, it's only fair that you tell your theory to the guard who's wasting his time. But what if that's the whole point? Sho. No. Setsu. I knew that. Do I? I'm not sure if I knew that. The guard listens to your theory, but then he says his own. He thinks that there are two sets of guarded things, and he's only guarding one. According to his theory, either one could be real. His theory is more plausible, don't you think? That's a bit of a stretch. Setsu. Okay. Setsume. I don't know about Setsume. Kosetsu. Oh, Shosetsu. A novel? Yeah? Oh, legend. Densetsu. I'm more familiar with Densetsu than Shosetsu, actually. But, yes. Okay. Love? It's gotta stay right? Oh, I don't think so.
愛
Oh, okay, okay.
愛
愛
Alright, that's fine. Wait. But I is Onyomi. Yes? Okay. I is Onyomi. Patriotism. Oh no. It might not be all onyomi. So if it was all onyomi, it'd be I kaku shin. But it could be I kuni kokoro. No, that sounds stupid. It could be I kuni though. I kuni shin. No, that sounds awful. So it's I kaku
愛
shin.
国心
I kokushin, yeah. Oh, kaku. Oh, that's not kaku. Koku. I kokushin, yes.
愛国心
愛国心
I was thinking something else when I said kaku. That's fine. It's gone. What was this? I don't remember anymore. um. I'm trying to think of a mnemonic. So love. It's gone. Oh, koi. Right. Right. I knew that. I knew that. Oh, that's a typo.
恋
Koi. Some of these are gonna be rough tomorrow. Or for sure.
Student
Student. Koi. Koi. Wait. Theory.
Aikokushin
Aikokushin.
I
Okay, we got 3 more batches to go. Okay. And then okay.
恋愛
Nenai.
恋愛
Also a genre. GI. Self-love.
慈愛
GI.
慈愛
Very important. Oh, that's drama too. Shi? Dang it. Geki. How do you get Geki from Shi? Oh, man. Okay, and that's Onyomi. Really? Geki. A tiger likes a pig with a knife, you know? A tiger kills... Oh, no. A tiger kills a pig with a knife. Wait, what? What? In his new drama about the animal... In this new drama about the animal kingdom. The tiger and pig used to be friends when they were younger, but now they're bitter enemies, and the tiger just stabby the piggy right in the chest with a knife. Alright, I got you. This drama is being put out on by Geki. Your childhood pet gecko. Geki is playing all the parts because as true drama fans know, one gecko shows are the highest form of art. That's a bit of a stretch. Is there any way else to use Geki? What else sounds like Geki? No. I guess we're gonna roll with it. Okay. Alright. Do we have anything? It stays Geki. Wait, is this the only read? Possibly. Comedy. Geki. Tragedy. Oh. Oh, does that use kun? Probably not. Higeki. Okay. I got you. Aichi Prefecture. Oh, there's Aichi. Yeah, Aichi Prefecture. The love, no prefecture. I want to live here because people must know love. Of course, we don't call it that in English. You know the reading of kanji to know the reading of the prefecture.
愛知県
Aichi-ken. Oh, right. That's right. That's fine. Aichi-ken. You know what they really love to know about Aichi Prefecture? Cheese. Those folks in Aichi, there's some real cheese know-it-alls. Don't ever bring one to a wine and cheese party because, man, it will be right. You know, but Aichi is in the area where there's great dairy products. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. I might be talking about something else. Hold up. Is that the Aichi or is it Aina? No, this is Aichi. That's the Honshu area. I think I was thinking of Aina. No. What was it? Oh, Ainu. I was thinking of Ainu. So this doesn't work. Aichi is just it's a prefecture on the in Honshu. Dang it. I was thinking of Ainu from Hokkaido area, which would have worked out really well about the cheese comment. It might still, obviously. Okay. Alrighty. That's very particular. Names are memorable though. Names are really memorable. When it comes to names, you're just basically like, oh, this is weird meaning or a little bit poetic, and you know how to read it, and it sounds like the place, right? A negotiation. Mix fording. Oh, I got you. Weighing through. Okay, so what do we have for mix and fording? When you ford into the thick of things and mix everything up, you're getting involved in negotiation. I like diplomacy. I don't like diplomacy. Mixing it up a little. Coal. Coal show.
交渉
交渉
Okay. All right.
恋愛
恋愛
慈愛
DI Okay.
愛知県
愛知県 Oh, okay.
交渉
Also, this might help with my recognizing of negotiation in Chinese. I have a problem between discussion, talk, and negotiation. Signature. Oh, hey. Coincidentally, we got this on Duolingo. Just a little bit before this. 署名 ne? No. Oh no, wait, maybe not. Yeah, 署名 Yeah, we just got this. And then it can become it's a verbal noun, yeah.
署名
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 shome signature, and then shome suru to sign something. Sense. Senses. Oh, senses is pretty loose. I'm very loose with senses. Perception, feelings, in Chinese. So this might add to that looseness. What do we have? Kankaku. You know how we use feelings to memorize things here on WaniKani? I asked you to feel angry or sad or happy while imagining out the. I'll ask you to use your senses because feelings are memorized best when you use the sense. Yeah.
感覚
Kankaku.
感覚
Alright, alright. Knowledge. Okay. Know. Discerning. Yes, knowledge. Okay. You're discerning about what you know. You choose what to keep and what not to keep in your jiggly brain up there. This is the sum of your knowledge. Okay. So I keep this character. Hmm. Hmm. I need to be faster on this character. Shiki. Both the shikis are really slow. Jishiki. Chishiki. Oh, chi is bad. Jishiki. Oh, chishiki. Oh, they chose chi. Why? What's something you have a ton of knowledge of about? Cheese? You know, massive encyclopedic knowledge of all the world's cheeses. As a true blue expert.
知識
知識
Chishiki. Man. Alright. Consciousness. Oh, yeah, we're really getting into it now. Okay. Idea and discerning idea. Your ideas while discerning things shows your consciousness and awareness of your surroundings. Alright. You not only know what your ideas, that you have ideas, but you think about them, discern them. Okay. What is this? Ishiki. Maybe. Ishiki is often used in relation to whether someone has consciousness or not, like in medical context. Oh, okay. Or news stories. In other contexts, it can refer to being aware of certain things, like a high awareness of environmental issues.
意識
Ishiki.
意識
Okay. Detailed. Makes sense? Although, I don't have a kunyomi on this, right? I only have sho.
詳しい
Kuwashi. Neh. When something is detailed, it is made up of a huge quantity. Okay, of little things. If you're an expert on something, you'll have huge quantities of knowledge. Okay. Kawashi. Okay.
知識
Ishiki.
署名
Chome.
感覚
Ankaku. I already lost it. I already lost it. You have a lot of I already lost it. Oh, quantity. Dang it. Kwa, I guess.
詳しい
Kuwashi.
意識
Ishiki. Details. Thin? What? Detailed thin. Things that are detailed and detailed are well the detailed. Oh, there's details attached to this. Ah, detailed. Okay. A double detail. Okay. Ski. Oh. Sh- Shisai or skisai.
詳細
Shosai. Oh no. That's the wrong character. Sorry, Shosai.
詳細
詳細
Shosai. Yes, I knew that. Fusho. Unknown, not detailed.
不詳
Fusho.
不詳
Oh. To love. Aisuru.
愛する
愛する
Aisuru. Aisuru. Ainen?
愛人
Aijin? Really? Ainin. Oh, I was gonna say Ainins. Aijin. Okay. I guess we just love
Aijin.
jeans. Love feeling. What is this one? Just blanking out. Completely blanking out. Yeah, I'm completely blanking out.
愛情
Joel, man. This doesn't look like Joel to me. And I get it. I always default to something with ing in it. Or qing. Ai qing. Ai qing. Right, ai qing. Ai jo.
愛情
愛情
Jo takes a while. Still takes a while. Pretty weak.
愛する
Aisuru.
不詳
Sho.
詳細
Chosai.
愛情
Aijo.
愛人
Aijin. Wait. Lover. Okay, yeah. Like a love person? What is that? Okay. Alright. Oh, we're in trouble now. Oh, we did get our first burn items, but they're all of them are radicals. So radicals are it's a bigger milestone than it. It's a very big milestone for people who use WaniKani, but once again, it feels like it was yesterday, right? Yeah. So here's our first burn review. They're all. I've already concluded that the vast majority of radicals will be kept burned because they're used, recognized and seen fairly frequently enough that they maintain themselves simply because you're looking at vocabulary. So these so far good to go. So really quick burn review. The day after tomorrow is when we are going to get into some brainstorming about other burn items. Oh, and they only keep burn items for the last 30 days. So yeah, that's okay. Because that might not be okay. But I have a lower threshold way of filtering in the future. In case like the separation between a weak vocabulary word that's more than 30 days from something else that's related, we'll end up picking that vocabulary word, looking through the WaniKani database, and then resurrecting more than one thing that's put together, right? So there are still things, we can still click on these and look at like this thing, right? Which ones do we want to revive that's similar or something to reinforce each other? And they're going to be revived in clusters, very big clusters. Like if one character, the big enough to offset me, offset trying to remember the thing. Definitely. Oh, and you can still study the burn items, so that's cool. Oh, we can do like some fun things. So like we'll add to the routine in the future, right? So let's look. Yeah. So those are super that we are not going to have to see those ever again. Not for a while. At least a solid year. Sorry, I have the munchies. Keep ourselves up on energy. I say that, but really, in biologically speaking, after you eat, you kind of in a resting period, not in a energized period, actually. So if I start getting tired, more progressively tired, yikes. Okay, let's get with this. We can do it. We can totally do it today. Totally. All right. We do have some words to go over. There are 4 from today's review. All right. So we have criminal, comfort, nothing, good luck, tiger, poem, sun help, guard, and festival. Go over our reads, but let's go over the new things here. So this was heat. Okay. Gotta make sure I remember the 2 heats. So this heat. That and injustice. Okay. What are you? Medicine? Oh wait, that's not. Hey, yak. nothing was who and something else. I forgot the main one. Heck. Alright, let's skip that for now. Thai. And I forgot the main one as well. Oh, ketchup. Uh, Satsuki. And this is sets. Our friend Geki. My friend Geki. Poem winter warning. Cake. And I don't remember you. Oh. Moo. And probably Boo. But alright. Let's do our reads. So we have he. Pretty sure he is Onyomi. He. I have to make one adjustment. He. Gen. Sai. Yaku. Ana. I. Wait. That's not right. Am I drawing a blank? Stop drawing a blank. I lost it. I don't know. I'm just drawing a blank. Alright, well, I guess we're skipping that. Yo. Do. Shio. Shio. Seki is definitely on. I. Ka. Ume. Mu. U. Getsu. In. Yo. We use this so much today and I'm still pausing on it. Shiki. I. An. Ze. Sho. Kan. Satsu. And this one. Soko. Soko is kun. Hai. Cho. Ke. Ren. Kaku. Setsu. Gen. Sure. Geki? I think Geki, yeah, Geki's on. So what happened here? I have no idea why I have a block on this. We used this multiple times. Oh. Wait. I thought this was... High. No, this is not high. Oh, Gawa. Gawa and... Gawa and Soba. Alright. And then we have 4 things. Completely forgot... Doku. Doku. Or poison. And they're all the vocabulary is still with poison, so that's fine. Because we have life is the problem. I got stuck. Life left me down the wrong road. And that's not life, that's a modified life. That's probably the weakest part, this part. When you take simplifications. Or alterations. And then we have branch and fingers. Where did I lose it here? Oh, yeah. I have skill. Is gi. I just didn't remember this. We can combine this to help. We can do jutsu. Of course, I don't remember what jutsu is. I want to say... No. Oh, of course. It's Inu. Or not Inu. Yeah, it's Inu. No, not Inu. What is this supposed to be? It's not resin. Angel? With a drop? Oh my goodness. Something to practice. Right, Kijutsu. Which is still skill or technique. Yeah. Just double checking. So those are like redundant things, which is alright. Solve's pretty good. Then we have solve. Solve is a lot. Corner, sword, L. Then solve Kai. And this is new, which I don't know what to attach to it yet. Nothing. It's new. Usually I don't add the new things until 2 or 3 days later. And we also have first time hearing. Go first. Show, but not show. Atsumimi. It's unfortunate. This one's unfortunate. It was fine. We got stopped on it, so... But these two are unfortunate. This one's understandable. Actually, 3 of them are unfortunate, and this one's new, so unexpected. Unexpected problems, honestly. These are unexpected. Too taxed. Alright. We'll review them next time. Alright, that's wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free. Up on by, you know, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Follow along. I'd love to hear your ups and downs. I've got the infamous Jie, so get ready for me to flip the table, the proverbial table, when Jie comes up every time. What was Jie? Jie was Ketsu? Oh man, Ketsu is such a terrifying, yeah. Table flips, virtual table flips. This character is such a nightmare. It is such a nightmare when you're taking this approach. It's not going to be like probably reading in paragraphs and like reading and listening to dialogue will be fine. But holy moly, when you're trying to decompose what it is, it's everything. Or it's a lot of unrelated things and related things. I guess versatile. There are a couple other versatile characters, and most of the versatile characters will probably do something fun later down the road. Like top 10 versatile characters, and those characters we're gonna try to like do some fun things with them, like build a web or something, so that it connects a lot of this stuff. Unique characters, they just go through, you just pump them out or characters that are very consistently not utilitarian. They're very defined. Something that can be beneficial in the long run is if you can figure out Jie or Ketsu and you work with that, all the other workloads seem very small by comparison. I think especially this character. And maybe like or over on the Chinese side of things, which we're going to get to in a few minutes. He and Jie. So many uses. Alright. Anyways. That's it for now. So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan, mata ne. Alright, see you next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you.